Hey there, welcome to 757 Spy Flight. Thanks for coming in today. One of my favorite places that I've never been. It is Athens and Mykonos and all sorts of other cool stuff. This is the Venizelos airport. It's actually kind of a cool one. Little payware, and it's flying time. And there's a favorite livery. Hi, Athena. Well, welcome aboard and thanks for coming in today. Thanks for putting some wows in at wow time. Wow, good to see you. I hope you're having a really good weekend. Pretty good here. Let's see. There is a little bit of a breeze I've noticed here. A little bit breezy in the Greek islands right now. Pineapple, welcome aboard. What server are we on? We're on VATSIM most of the time, although we are on a multiplayer server that we'll be on for the flight, the third flight today, which is the famous Spy Flight Brew Run. Princess Juliana over to Saba. Saba and St. Bart's, and then back over in a slow prop liner. So that's just kind of a fun flight. I was having a hard time. I was going to try and do this flight today at sunset for the sunset arrival into Athens. It's really, really nice, but I couldn't make the clock change work too terribly well. So welcome to Athens. This is a small payware. They did finally upgrade it, update it, so that we're basically coming straight on in to the terminal area. And if you go and check it out, the 6 windmills are basically in that direction near Sunset Bay. We are in Sibiland today. That's right. One of my favorite friends here on Twitch, actually the sim pilot that taught me the most about Airbuses, because her mom's an Airbus captain, Captain Sibi from Athens. Why can't I say that right now? Let's see if I can make this work. At RY. There we go. Hey, good morning, Mountain Man. Welcome aboard. And nice to see you. Yeah, there's a link to where you'll find Captain Sibi. All right, so got the airplane going here. There's a little bit of VATSIM ATC, so we'll figure out what's going on. Just getting my airplane turned on, and that's pretty good. Blue Idol, welcome on in. Thanks for stopping by. And let's see, what else do we need to do? Got all my lights set up. Yeah, I think we're in good shape. So let's see here. We've got the McDo ready to go. We need the co-pilot to go over to ASUS. If you're new to this airplane thing, this is Air Traffic Services Unit is the official name. And then Airline Operations Control Menu. And this is where you go and you start importing data into the airplane. It's not the actual flight management computer. It's another part of it. And I think that they keep them all kind of firewalled away from each other. So that, it's harder to, hack and stuff. Let's see, we got a load sheet over here. I don't think we do have ATC. We have Athena Center up. I'm not sure which one we're going to check in on, but we'll go and look over that. SXDVV. And it's going to be 177 passengers, so we should get things opened up here. Over to ground services, no jetways. We need stairs. Open the doors manually. And so there's the door opening there. And over here we've got the doors opening there for cargo. And that looks really good. This is a real total chill out flight. This is one of those, we talk about milk runs every now and then, and if you're just getting started in flight sim, a milk run kind of a deal is a really good thing to have, something that you're really familiar with while you're learning increasingly complex airliners. And so one of mine was basically hopping around the Greek islands from Athens to Crete to Mykonos up to Thessaloniki and back to Athens. So that was sort of like a whole little loop that I did. And there's a bunch of other really cool little Greek islands to check out. in the area here. Let's see. Our departure is going to be RNP SIDS for runway 16. So RNP SIDS for runway 16. And we're doing a standard departure. It's the Varix departure. And let's see. It's going to be the Varix. It's the 1 Victor. And so it's always good to check this out. Yep, there's the 1 Victor. So we should have an initial climb clearance. Minimum 6,500, 11875. I don't think that any of those are active, but it's really important to check these out, especially in some of the more crazy VATSIM areas that we're flying. Hi, Martin. Welcome aboard. And let's see, we're going to need the ILS Zulu or X-ray coming into runway 21 right. We could also snag airport parking, and then we should all be good to go there. Let's start listening in and see what we got. 135875. 135875. And this is one of the centers, and we'll see if this is the one that we're going to go and snag a clearance from. Actually, they're doing CPDLC PDCs. Really? No kidding. Athena Radar is doing PDCs. Let's give it a shot. What could possibly go wrong, right? Okay, let's see. We are at gate... let's see. Here in Athens, in Mykonos, we're at gate 4. Okay, so we need to know gate 4. We do not have a ADIS, so I don't know how we do that. But let's see if we can do a PDC out of here. Okay, so to do that, hi Cyboman, welcome back in. So let's go and return, an ATC request, and pre-departure. There is a question. Yeah, Gamer Taurus has got a question. This is a hard one too. Which airplane should Gamer Taurus get? Now, they're both not the cheapest of airplanes, but they're also not the most expensive ones on sale. What do you get? Do you get the A350 or do you get the PMDG 737 for the 2024? So I think that the first thing to look at is take a look at the airplanes you've already got. Gamer Taurus, if you've already got some medium and small airliners, but you don't have any big long hauls, like the 777 or something like that, then maybe the A350 is a good choice for you. On the other hand, if you've already got, say, the PMDG 777, but you'd like to look for something else, maybe picking up the PMDG 737, so, for more smaller. I think that that's part of it. And Mountain Man asks a good question, too. What do you think? Do you already have 737s for 2020? If you do, then I think Robert Randazzo of PMDG has said the upgrade cost for the 737s is going to be the cost of, quote, a couple of cups of coffee. Okay, that's what they're saying. Okay, well, so let's see. Most cups of coffee these days are going for what? $7 at Starbucks? So if it's a $7 cup of coffee, that's $14. So maybe what, 15 bucks for upgrading your 737 from 2020 to 2024? I mean, unless you're going to get sprinkles and a splash and a half calf and a half latte, with, nuclear sauce on it, it probably is going to be something like that. I don't know. So you can kind of tell me what you think about that. Okay, let's go and check this out. So Athena Radar is LGGU. LGGU is Athena Radar. I'm going to leave the ATIS blank and see what... Well, let's just put the dash in there and see if it'll take that. And we are at gate 4. Gate 4. There we go. And let's see if it will take, so K-A-L-I, Cali, S-P-E-R-A, S-P-E-R-A, Kalispera. And let's send it. Let's see what happens. Send. Okay. We'll see if we get a pre-departure clearance that way. Receive messages. So there's our pre-departure clearance. We sent it out. And we'll see if anything comes back. What could possibly go wrong? NATO 49 says no, it would be the small McCafe premium roast coffee costs $1 plus tax, so $2. So $4 to upgrade for you is probably a really good price, right, NATO? I actually enjoy the A350. You know, it was fun. We tried it yesterday. It was a good airplane. Let's see. Navigation data is good. Let's do init. Oh, we don't have to click. We have hardware for this. And init. Okay. Init request. That looks good. All right. We are in Aegean flight. AEE 441. I don't know. Between Aegean and Air Berlin, those are my favorite. Those are my favorite. Oh, it didn't like me. Aegean 441, revert to voice. Didn't like me at all. All right. So we'll have to go and do voice. We'll try that in just a second. The reason we don't hear anybody is somebody, your captain, forgot to turn on the Katie Pilot audio normalizer. And let's see. Metis, you did an ILS landing, your very first one. How did it go for you? It's a little scary the first time, but, you know, it's kind of a good time. Let's turn this up. Probably unmotivated. Now, there is a great name. That's a great internet name. Welcome, Probably Unmotivated. Thank you for the follow. Let's turn on some alerts. Get those going, too. Metis, it always is. Okay, the first ones always are like that. So there you go. All right. Let's see. Still no ATIS. Let's call in and see what we can get. Athena Radar, Kalispera from Aegean 441 on the ground with the latest weather at Mykonos, gate number 4, requesting clearance to Venizelos.
LGMK 441, I'm for the higher levels, so for that, contact other sector 1290675.
1290675 for Aegean 441. Okay, let's see what happens there. Hi, Dakota Richard. Welcome aboard. A total chill-out flight. Although we do have a little bit of a ATC here, but I don't think it's going to be too intense.
Swiss 185, 0 left, heading 130, climbing within 5,500 feet.
Amagrosa, in some airplanes, the CPDLC system is working, and like this airplane, it's all internal. You just have to have access to Hoppy ACARS. So you have to have a Hoppy ACARS, and you have to have that for everything. But for airplanes that don't have an ACARS system in there, a CPDLC system, you could use something called Easy CPDLC. And if you just Google Easy CPDLC, and you'll find it'll take you to a freeware, and you can download that, and that's what I use in airplanes that don't have the CPDLC system installed in the airplane. It's like the CRJ. The CRJ doesn't have CPDLC. Some Airbuses don't have it. I have 15 minutes of extra fuel. You do have to have Hoppy ACARS. I think it's hoppy.nl, HOPPIE.nl to get a Hoppy. It's free. Athena radar, Kalispera from Aegean 441 on the ground at Mykonos, gate 4. Current weather's aboard, requesting clearance to Venizelos.
Eu 250, τι να σας πω, οι τροχοί δεν θα ανέβουν στο 170, τώρα αν θέλετε να συνεχίσετε, συνεχίστε. Θα συνεχίσουμε έτσι.
Real G, welcome aboard.
Έχετε πάρει καύσιμο, Ναι, έχουμε καύσιμο, καλά. Πετάμε ακόμα.
Hi, Sunjammer.
Μια χαρά να το σώσουμε.
Hope you're doing good. Well, happy Sunday.
Agent 441, clear destination, varies on Charlie, runway 34, climb 6,000 feet, units 7233.
Aegean 441, cleared via the Varix 1 Charlie departure to destination airport. Climb 6,000 feet. I'm afraid we didn't get the rest. Sorry.
Agent 441, Squawk 7233.
Squawk 7233, thanks for Aegean 441.
Emerald Station, South Athens now closing. Bye-bye.
Oh, okay. All right, well, they did give us another departure, so I wonder if they flipped the runways on us. They may have changed, so they changed us to the Varix 1 Charlie departure. And my guess is Varix 1 Charlie is probably for the other direction. Varix, yeah, that's the one Victor, so they flipped us over to runway, so it's going to be the SIDS runway 34. Probably over the Mykonos VOR. I'm going to guess we're going to do the circular curlicue here. Let's see if the 1 Charlie's on this one, though. Real G, I hope I said hi. Welcome, welcome. Is this a 1 Charlie? Varix. That's the 1 Sierra. Okay, so it's not that one. What about this one? It's probably the one that we go back around the VOR, right? Or is this it? Nope, we're not doing a going. Okay, this is a simpler one. Much nicer. Okay, SIDS runway 34 via the VOR. So we got to grab that. So SID point 34 via the VOR. Get rid of that one. So they did flip us over. We're departing on. And that should be Varix 1 Charlie. Good old Varix. Yep, that's it. No altitude or anything like that, but it's always good to check, especially if you're on VATSIM with ATC. So let's get ready to do the other runway. Cost index for today's flight. What did we get on our cost index today? It is, wow, 21. I would have figured it would be super duper small. So cost index is 21. Let's go ahead and start aligning the IRSs. So that's these three dials up here. So nav, nav, and nav. There's the ADIR system. And that's usually when I try to remember to turn on crew oxygen because, you know, the crew wants to breathe or some silly stuff like that. Let's get the APU going. I don't think we have ground air conditioning, so we need the APU for air conditioning. Hey, Loviz, did you ever get into Geneva? Loviz did an early morning event today going into Geneva in the A350. And I missed Captain Whip if Captain Whip ever got that prop liner going. It looked like it was being kind of mean. Okay, let's see. Flight level 140 is our cruise. All of that looks good. Did I get wind? Nope, let's get the winds. Mr. Posh Martin has been busy jetting about in Germany, Hamburg to München, Dresden, and now you're going to München in the A320. See, what Mr. Posh Martin is doing is like real Lufthansa operations. That's what Lufthansa pilots would be doing. Hop, 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 hop. You know, start at one of the big airports, hit a small airport, a medium airport, a small airport, and back to the big one. That kind of deal. All right, let's come over here and get our weights in and be ready to go. Okay, 60.7 is our zero fuel weight. 60.7, and our center of gravity is going to be 32.0. And that goes in there. Loviz is still flying. You disconnected from VATSIM because no Swiss radar and a lot of planes holding. And you're in a hurry. You know what? So my guess is Lovis, and I think Captain Whip was part of it too, trying to go into an event in Geneva. That is like the most crowded events ever. They're just like super duper crowded. I don't think whenever we've done like the Swiss Sundays or whatever like that, whenever we've done that, we've ever been able to do the whole flight. We've always had to divert. I don't think we've really ever made it in to either Geneva or Zurich. Zurich has always been really, so that's some of the most crowded ATC that you'll ever find. 0.173 is our taxi fuel. Route reserve is 0.669. Tell you what though, that first time that we ever did get diverted out of Geneva or Zurich, boy, was that a fast education for us. I didn't know what I was doing. 1.27 for that kind of a big major diversion with that kind of traffic. 1.09 is 30 minutes of extra fuel. And fuel planning should be green. It is. Autumn has been stuck at work all weekend adulting. Ugh. Not fun. They need to know that you need to go to the art studio. Okay, everything looks good here. We can get an ATIS. We won't get it. We'll get a basic ATIS over here and see what we got. So Athens, Mykonos, altimeter is 1016. 1016. They cleared us initially to 6,000 feet. That's good. 1016 down here. And the backup altimeter. Slink for Slink, Manchester to Casablanca. Oh, Slink for Slink. Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, she has to walk into mine. Thank you for setting me up for that classic Humphrey Bogart line. All right, runways, LGMK. We are departing now. Looks like runway 34, and it's going to be the Varix 1 Charlie departure. Varix 1 Charlie. And insert. Coming into Venizelos, we are doing runway 21 right. So ILS 21 right. ILS 21 right, the Yankee or the Zulu. Forget which one I chose. Oh, charts. Athens. Oh, we never really chose one. Hi, Atlas System. Is there nothing wrong with Casablanca? What, the movie? I don't think so. Sunjammer is applauding. The A350 is doing fine, but definitely no definitely no performance improvement. I wonder if all the people are getting their performance improvements from flying. I wonder if they're getting it all from turning off the cabin. I actually never even went into the cabin on our last flight. Athens is X-rays. ILS X-ray. So let's plan that one. We don't need that one, and we don't need that one. ILS X-ray to runway 21, and I think we're coming in over Corinthos. I better check. I'd better check. Because I always choose the wrong one. Arrivals. We're looking for the Varix 1 Charlie to runway 21 right. 21 left and right. So this one is Run Whiskey. Is that a 1 Whiskey coming in? Oh my gosh, what a mess. That is a 1 Romeo. It's not that one, so it must be this one. Yep, it's this one. That's nope, that's a Bravo. It was this after all. Let's see. Lovis has the cabin off. Probably unmotivated. I try to explain stuff because there's all sorts of new people that are coming into flight sim and just having a really, really good time, but it's confusing as hell. Sleeveless Joe is flying Stuttgart. That is a fun flight. Captain Sibby is here. Hey, Captain Sibby. I was just remarking how I learned all about Airbuses from you flying in this general wonderful part of the world. No, that is a 1 whiskey. I need that's a 1 Romeo. I need the 1 whiskey going over to, oh, it's over here. See, it's sneaky. The 1 whiskey is up here that takes us to Caristos, Crow. Okay, got it. So we're going to do the ILS 21 right X-ray. And it's the Varex. It's the Varex 1 whiskey. And we're coming in via Kilo Romeo Oscar, the Caristos VOR. And there we go. Let's see. I don't think so. I think that there's a lot more stuff that you know about Airbus than I ever do. Hey, good morning. Hey, oh wow, Fresno J is back. Hi, Fresno J. Welcome in. Good to see you. Welcome on in. No, there's stuff that your mom told you that I'll never know. Carl says the Philly Eagles versus the Cowboys play today. Your team is the Eagles. When does the game start there? Carl. Professor, welcome aboard. Oh my gosh. JSG Droid, you have been putting in the hours. I hope you're doing good. We're doing a chill out flight. We've had some real intense ATC lately. So we're doing the Greek chill out flight with my favorite jetliner and my favorite Greek goddess on the side. Okay. Let's see here. This is, nope, we're not in Ryanair. We're doing Aegean today. Okay, there are also good videos on YouTube for beginners. There are. All right, all that looks good. Let's get the bleed on. And now we can receive passengers. So here comes passengers. And let's do load the airplane. Let's just do 9 minutes. This is Mykonos Island, yeah. This is cute little Mykonos Island with the six little windmills and stuff. I think it's 6 windmills, right? It's 6 of them down by the beach. All right, I think we have the flight plan aboard, and all of that looks good. Loviz saying hi to JSG Droid. 14 hours. JSG Droid, man, there is like an incredible... You've been doing so many hours here. Is this like a big project or some special thing? Professor, yeah, I've got a special playlist for Sunday Greek island hopping. Firebird is checking in from Nashville. Welcome in, Firebird. Okay, all of this is looking good. Manaphy, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. All right, everything's looking good there. Everything's looking good there. I know I've forgotten something. And let's listen to the other center, 135875.
Turkish 355.
Athena radar,
Yes.
this is for above
Will
flight
you
level
descend or not?
325
If you are
only.
not ready for descent,
So this is
do
only
not
there.
descend. If you are ready for descent, descend.
122.8 for us. There is no ATC here.
Thank you.
We should have departed from Naxos. That's where Sibi says you'll find the best pizza in Greece. Okay, I think we're just waiting on passengers here. Sunjammer, are you you're coming to Athens too? See you in Athens.
LAL 2369 level
Okay, all of this looks great. All this looks great. Oh, we did get a squawk code. Let's squawk.
Good evening, squawk 0056.
7233. 7233. Everything's good there. All the lights are correct there. I think we're just waiting here. Let's see. JSG Droid is changing out 20 rooftop air conditioner units in an office building, and they all have to work tomorrow. JSG Droid, a crane? You mean like the crane that was right in the middle of the runway when you were trying to land? What is it with cranes? They're following you around now. Or is it a different kind of a crane? Is it a legal office? Is it a Denny crane? Sorry, I couldn't resist. Tim Dog is flying to Plymouth today. And you're taking a Dodge while you're going to Plymouth? Yes, your buddy the crane, huh? So JSG Droid was on an approach into Chicago one day when they had just put out the We Love VFR stuff, and the We Love VFR stuff planted a crane right at the end of the runway. And sort of like, there's a crane there, I can't land. So, okay, all this is good. Let's go to 122.8, and that looks good. Fresno J, Plymouth and Dodge. Fresno J got the joke. Yep. Captain Civi watched a documentary about it was uplifting. The jokes have begun. Brought in the comedy club. Okay, passengers are doing good. We should almost be ready to go here. How we doing? 85 of 177 passengers. So we're about halfway done. These passengers are slow today. Atlas System, welcome to the Spy Comedy Club. Next flight for us is Cancun to Havana. I was going to take the new A350 that just got updated from Ini Builds. It's a cool little airplane, seems to be working pretty good. And then after that, we're going to be on Spy Multiplayer, which is usually the USA West or the Asian server. I forget which one we decided on, but we're going to do the famous brew run or the beer run. And it starts at Princess Juliana Airport. We go to St. Bart's, we go to Saba, and back to Juliana. And there's no rules, there's nothing. None at all. You just enjoy whatever it is you want to do. There's going to be crashes. There's going to be all sorts of mayhem
Bits
and chaos.
intercepted. Intel secured.
Probably
Every bit
unmotivated.
helps.
Just dropped some
Thanks,
bits. Thank you
Agent.
for some extra cheers. Thank you for some extra cheers. Every bit helps. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here at Spy HQ. Yeah, Sibby, we're doing the beer run. Today's kind of a chill out day. We've had some intense ATC lately. I mean some intense ATC, and we've been jamming our little pixel planes into some airports that are jammed with other pixel planes. Figured we needed to just put on our beach shirt, pour an adult beverage or your favorite beverage and go there. Atlas Systems says there was a reference to Star Wars episode. I missed it. What did I miss? Michael, I hope I said afternoon to
New
you.
recruit
Welcome in.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Manaphy is trying to do a joke about cranes, but it's just too next level for your humor. Let's see. Yeah, so one of the things that happens is multiplayer in Flight Sim is basically either in 2020 or 2024. So if you're flying in Flight Sim 2020, you will see other people flying in Flight Sim 2020. And if you're in 24, you'll see people in 24. They don't kind of mix together. The bad jokes are like elevators, wrong on so many levels. Sunjammer, I post when Spy does a bad joke. So most straight, yes. JSG Droid picked up lunch for the crew and is heading back. What's for lunch today, JSG Droid? Were you? Did they let you into the food and bar place at Mos Eisley? Yeah, see, that's the hard part. If we were to go over on VATSIM and fly the beer run, we would all be able to see each other regardless of the simulator that we're in. The problem is we'd have to be on VATSIM. Sausage breakfast burritos. Oh, that sounds good. 154, almost done loading the plane. Loviz hopes it isn't something that will put people to sleep. Actually, you know, sometimes breakfast burritos for lunch are pretty good. I've got a couple, you know, just as sort of like, you know, as a backup to I don't feel like doing anything but slamming something in the microwave. So I've got some of those little breakfast sandwiches in the back of the freezer and stuff like that. And they're okay every now and then, and even sometimes not for breakfast. You know, like the sausage, egg, and cheese croissant or something like that. You know, 90 seconds to defrost it, a minute to heat it up, and it's relatively good. It's relatively tasty. Almost done. 5 more passengers to go. Let's go ahead and disconnect ground power. Ground power is disconnected. Let's turn on our fuel pumps because they will pump us up. Aircraft is loaded. Sadly, your pilot is not. Can you believe that it's almost December? Not really, no. I mean, it still feels like it should be like July or August to me. Okay, load sheet. Our load sheet is 60.8. We had 60.7, so we need to update that. 60.8. And our center of gravity usually never changes. It's 32.0, 32.0 over there. So all of those are normal. And so 60.8 and a slash will update our zero fuel weight. The computer says 3.9 tons of fuel to make it. I've got 4.98. Always good to have a little bit of extra fuel. And fueling is now done. Let's come on over and close up the plane and depart the scene of the crime. So we'll close the door and close cargo doors. Fresno J does breakfast burritos for dinner every now and then. And it makes actual great breakfast for the next couple of days too. We'll get rid of the stairs. And while all of that's going, let's go ahead and do departure performance. Remember to flip the runway to runway 34 because they changed runways on us. Sync the load sheet, sync the weather. The altimeter is still 1016. Calculate. And send to the McDo. So it's going to be flaps 3 and trims down 0.5. APU is clear. Let's disconnect ground power. Let's come on down here and start squawking. Brack, brack. It's the best squawk I can do. Doors are closed. Seatbelts going on. Average EGLL does sausage in a bread roll or a burger bun, and it works for all meals or a snack. I think everybody's officially hungry. Should we just turn off the live stream and go and get food now? I mean, I'm all of a sudden thinking, you know, I could go get one of those breakfast things in the back of the freezer. It's 90 seconds to defrost. It's 60 seconds to heat up. And it's that easy. Let's see. Sling for Sling says the weather in Casablanca is great. Okay, over to performance. Looks good. Average EGLL says order pizza for delivery. I think it's time to go. Let's see if GSX will push us back. Prepare for pushback and departure. Aegean Airlines, of course. JSG Droid, miss you too. I hope we'll see you when you get back. I know it's been a really, really busy time for you. Cannot wait till you get back. We'll keep the Pixel planes in good shape. We'll keep the leaf goo off the railroad tracks and the sheep off the runway. Thanks for coming in and checking in and saying hi. Loviz says spam. Oh, somebody posted a meme of spam over in Spy Discord. and it was like the spam was like oozing out of the, it was oozing out of the can. It's just like, ugh. I know, Mustang, we're always talking about food. We should all get a first class dinner. Good job, and Tom Sec, welcome aboard. Snow has conquered the Frankfurt. Oh, really? Is it piling up in Frankfurt, Tom? How's that? Have you had spam masubi before? No, I've never had that. The guys at Say Intentions are reading Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. Really? Yeah. Is Say Intentions getting kind of funny? Okay, let's come on over here. We do have tower, ground, and delivery. So let's see, LGMK. I don't see anybody coming in, so we basically own the airport here. And it's almost time to go. It was Polyot who did that right. Let's do nose left, tail right. Okay, all this is good. I'm going to, parking brakes are on, chocks and cones are gone.
Release parking brakes, please.
And let's go to charts over here. Mykonos, starred, and ground chart. Sunchammer is getting towels and idiots in the universe. I think it's time to get skedaddle. Beacon. Out we go. Ooh, Tom SCH says, is north of Frankfurt and there's about a centimeter of snow. We'll see if Hunter Girl checks in from Frankfurt to tell us if it's what it's like there. Dougal McTavish is at flight level 380 in the A350 over the North Atlantic, Kennedy from Gatwick. Happy to provide in-flight entertainment. Soon I'll no longer see trains. British Rail Class 455s. Yeah, it's kind of how I feel about 757s and stuff. El Pikachu, welcome aboard. Mountain Man, how do you like the cleaners? We should try the cleaning thing from Cancun. We'll try and do the cleaners on Cancun. We're in the first flight, Canadian Bear. Starter. Ignition goes to start. Airplane's ready to go. Starting engine number 1. Engine number 1 starts. Mr. Posh Martin, are you using the cleaning feature too? Does it work with the A350? Is that going to work out? Canadian Bear says Airbus hat. Spy hat. For luck. Uh-oh, Mr. Posh Martin, who said, no, average EGLL, it's a bit of good riddance. They all kind of suck. No toilets or power. They have no toilets on the train? What if somebody's got a like, or something like that? Mr. Posh Martin, yes, you really like it. Well, we'll try clean it. We'll try the cleaning stuff. We'll try the full loadout on Cancun. What does the cleaning feature do? I don't know. They probably just leave a mess, and you'll still find, you know, the used baby diapers in the seat pocket in front of you. Actually, it's probably just some function. It's a function of. But I came up with a joke and then it just sort of went poof out of my brain. I don't know. Wasn't that great. All right. Starting engine number 2. And engine number 2 starts. Yep. Engine number 2 starting. And let's go and get a salute and release from guidance. Captain Civi says the cleaning function was the best update in years for Flight Sim. I don't know. I think flushing toilets in the I think that flushing toilets in the airplanes was the best update for Flight Sim. Atlas systems, so it was more like a commuter train or a light rail. So it's not like, you know, London up to Manchester or Scotland. So it was like a subway train that wouldn't have had a toilet or something like that. Low-vis flies for a low-cost airline. We clean once a month. Ooh, that's like a little scary and nasty to me. Generator flip, available. Ignition back to normal. And APU bleed. APU off. And let's do disconnect the rudder pedals from the nose wheel. And let's do controls. But I thought British trains were always so neat and clean and always on time. At least that's the impression I get from watching the train videos on YouTube. Trim's going to be down 0.5. Trim's down. Flaps are going to be 3. Flaps are 3. Speed brakes are armed. Auto brakes are max. And let's do taxi light. And out we go. And away we go. Oh, it's the Japanese trains that are always on time? Airline Gamer wants to know if Airline Gamer is talking about getting the AnyBuilds A300 for Microsoft Flight Simulator. It's a good airplane. You're going to find that it's cranky. It doesn't work very well. But the thing is, it's a cranky old airplane because that's the way they designed it to be. Slink for Slink. Oh, yeah. When I first started learning Airbus, it was like, oh, my gosh, I don't know what I'm doing here. That's, you know, as I mentioned, I got my first Airbus flying lessons from Sibi flying around the Greek islands. And it, you know, as somebody that had spent all the time in Boeing and stuff like that, I didn't know what I was doing. Mykonos traffic, a GN 441 is back taxiing on runway 34. Mykonos. I like the Airbus now, especially because the Airbuses are great for really crowded areas. Dusty, do you ever fly? How do I fly? Because it seems like I can't do anything right. Well, it's mostly luck. I don't know. We got the airplane out of the gate so far. That's pretty good. London to Reading is a train that takes an hour. You mean a tube train? That's like the only train journey I think I ever completed on Train Sim World. Well, I mean, in the past, Sibi, you were flying the Mad Dog, the 777, the 747, and the Airbuses. So you're flying all sorts of airplanes. Hi, Future Easy Pilot. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I remember you had the Mad Dog. I think it was a P3D Mad Dog that you were flying. I think you were mostly flying for doing Alitalia flights with that one. Campbellton, yeah, I'm still on Sim Update 3. The Elizabeth line along the Great Western Line, there's a separate railway out of Waterloo. I think that's the one I did. And DM Bird just did a resub. DM Bird has been here for 17 months. but my alerts have not worked. Let me see if I can get my alerts working. I think I have to refresh them. Okay, let's see if that fixed it. I don't know, but I've got to think, Manaphy. I don't want to utter the 4-letter S word like soon, but... let's see. Delta Spec, we are just getting ready to take off from the Greek island of Mykonos. The one thing they didn't model here is at the south end of the airport, there's these big boulders that they've got by the side of the runway. Landing lights. I think we're ready to go, right? ECAM checklist. Oh, we didn't do test. ECAM checklist. Predictive wind shear. ECAM checklist is green. I think it's time to go. And let's go throttles up halfway. Throttles going up halfway. Elapsed timer is on. Engines look pretty good. Stable. Manual flex. SRS is set. Auto thrust blue. Flying time. knots checked. V1, hands off the throttles, rotate. Positive climb gear. All right, why are you upset with me? Why did the gear go crazy on me? It thought we were in landing mode. I didn't do anything wrong. I'm being a good pilot. Flaps 1. Lever climb, thrust climb. Lower the nose. I wonder why it was upset. I didn't do anything wrong. Well, famous last words, right? Like the guys in Chernobyl. We did everything right. I'm not panicking. AP. Nah, it's not even close to time to panic. And flaps up. Speed brakes disarmed. Landing gear is up. Everything looks good. Mr. Ganish, welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Oh, I remember you. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by. I hope you've been busy doing fun stuff and not, unfun stuff. I didn't have the thrust set to TO. Really? Hey, Martel. Good to see you. Following the apocalypse. Welcome back on in. Thank you for coming in. Okay, we have Athens ATIS. Athens ATIS is information echo. Mykonos traffic, Aegean 441, clear the runway. See you in Athens.
All the stations are finished.
Okay, they're closing. 118625. That is going to be Venizelos Tower. And 14,000 feet. Hey, Mary Arbitrary's in chat. Mary Arbitrary did some ATC for us yesterday in Raleigh, Durham. Thank you for opening up the airport for us. The throttles were not on manual. Oh, really? So I didn't have my throttles set correctly. I think it's time for me to replace these throttles. They're getting a little old. They're getting a little bit old. Fortunately, we've got some on order. If only they would let us pay for them. Time to hydrate. Thanks, Mary Arbitrary. So let's see. We did make it to CLO, but we apparently didn't get it to flex MCT, maximum continuous thrust. Your wife is gonna keep you, she's gonna keep you after all? Well, that's really nice that your wife's gonna keep you after all. First time a company doesn't let somebody pay for something. What did I forget to pay for? 10,000 feet, landing lights. Off, nose light, off, cabin call. Probably just leave the seatbelt sign on. This is such a short flight. Okay, Athens, information echo is current. ILS X-ray coming in. The winds are 270 at 5. Let's go ahead and get this in fast because it is such a short flight. So the altimeter at Venizelos is 1017. 1017. Temperature in Athens is, temperature's 15 degrees. That's probably nice for Athens. Winds are 270 at 5. Do we have a transition level? Transition level is flight level 100. Let's do config 3 just because I'm kind of used to that in the baby bus. So config 3 to land. Minimums for our runway. Minimums are, let's see, category 1, let's go with the bigger number, which is 570. When in doubt, use the higher altitude. And back to performance. And there is our final climb. Hi, Jeff Taco, welcome back in. Hamilton, I'm on a 3060 now. I think I'm on a new, yeah, I'm on a 3060. Thanks, Atlas System. Yeah, that's the one I'm on. And here we are to Varex. And 14,000 feet. We'll go with the seatbelts off for a few minutes in case somebody had a little too much ouzo back there on Mykonos and needs to, you know, either go or throw up or something like that. Okay, everything's good there. And there's the arrival. Still all set and ready to go. I thought you had a lot more than a 3080, Sibby. I guess I just thought that Speedy had so much cool stuff in it. Something is amiss. Direct to Charistos. I thought you had a lot more than that, than the 3080, but that would explain why you've been having so much trouble. Plus, I guess it's challenged for a little bit of RAM too, right? I will spare you my sheep joke. Paul Major, I hear that it's tasty, it's nice in extreme moderation. But Uzu is one of those things that you don't want to ever overdo it. That's one of those. Oh, and you were on a rough boat trip too? Oh my gosh, that had to have been bad. THC has donuts for the flight. Okay, that looks better. And the lights of Athens. Hey, I wonder if they'll let us do a Ghost Rider by the Parthenon. I bet the pattern is. I'll bet the pattern's full. I'll bet the pattern's full. For the first time, I guess, in 30 years, all of the scaffolding around the Parthenon has been taken down. So they've been doing a whole lot of work on it. But apparently they've taken that down for it's like the first time in 30 years or something. Hi, Dustin. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. If it looks a little dark here, our next flight is in Cancun, so bring your sunscreen. $20 miles from top of descent. Okay, Athens Tower 118625. That's good. We've also got ground 121755. 121755. So we're preset for that. And that's good. Let's go to below on TCAS. Yuval is back in chat. Welcome back in. Sibi is planning to upgrade your PC in the year 2050. Oh, I hope that something happens that everybody isn't just struggling so bad that they have to wait to something like that. That would be so nice. Okay, airport ground. What we want here is we want the opposite of 21 right. So our heading is 032 degrees. Let's set up some fixes. So flight plan. No. It's not performance, is it? No, it's not performance. It's not init. It's flight plan. Oh. No, it's not that. Fix info. I'm an idiot. It's the left side. I was clicking the right side. Fix info. We're going to Athens, LGAV. And our runway is 21 right. Okay, the radial, again, because I forgot, is 032 degrees, and draw a 5-mile circle around the runway. LGAV 21 right. And now draw another circle 10 miles around the runway. And then the last one. And draw me a 25-mile range ring. Okay, that's good performance. 3 miles from top of descent. Boy, we got that done just in time. And let's start our descent to... What would our descent be on the star? Let's just go down to 3,000. And go. Let's see. I missed some chat. Winds were in Landy's favor today for JFK to Heathrow. And down we go. So all of that stuff you saw me doing, you know, with the range rings. So we're coming up. There's the 25-mile range ring around the airport. There's a 10-mile range ring around the airport and a 5-mile. That really, really helps with your situational awareness on how close you are to the airport and to the runway. And you can also see a dashed, you know, light blue turquoise line. That is a extended center line on runway 21 right. just really, really nice additions on the Airbus to be able to get some more help coming on in. Oh no, Joseph, I'm using a flight stick, so a side stick for flying from WinWing. Also using the WinWing auto panel and EFIS system, so everything you see up there is sitting on my desk. It looks just like it, its actual size. And that's from WinWing 2. And then I've also got a McDo and some throttles. The throttles are a little bit older. Oh, and rudder pedals, but Joseph, if you're going to really get into flight sim, eventually you're going to want to do that. But I always like to say, you know, walk before you can run. Absolutely walk before you can run. Tower just signed off 122.8. We're chasing away all the Greek ATC tonight. They must not like spies. We're a little fast. Let's throw out some speed brake. Yeah, good thing we got to slow down. So Joseph, if you're just getting started with Microsoft Flight Simulator and you don't know how to fly an airplane, I think one of the best things to do with that is to start with an Xbox controller and do the flying lessons. So seriously, all you need is an Xbox controller like this to start, just to start. And you're going to be flying the Cessna 152, and you're going to do the same kinds of things that the real pilots learn how to fly. It's like the real pilots. Altimeter in Athens is 1017. 1017 for the co-pilot and 1017 on the backup altimeter. Speed brakes are out. Divert to Luton. I don't have enough fuel. I don't think I have enough fuel. Okay, since ATC's canceling, we got to do some of our own ATC here. Where are we? There we go. There's a GN 441. So there's a Ryanair up here. They're leaving the scene of the crime. There's an Olympic over here. What's this guy doing? That Olympic. They're going to COS. Okay, so we're next for the runway. And speed brakes down. Loviz landed in the A350 LSGG Geneva minus 145. The 777 is still your long haul preference. And yeah, I think so probably too. I do think the A350 is going to end up being a close second, but still, that 777 is just such a solid long haul airplane. And it has all the really groovy capabilities that we want. We can do CPDLC in the 777. We can get ATIS, you know, digital ATIS into the 777, and we can plug charts into the electronic flight bag. I think it's a really good, solid airplane. That being said, I'm having fun with the third generation Airbus cockpit in the A350. You'll see that next. That's our flight from Cancun to Havana. But yeah, it's really good high tier stuff. Dougal is in the A350 bound for Kennedy, and Dougal agrees, the 777 for a long haul. Sleeveless Joe has the Airbus A340-300. I'm going to slow down a little bit sooner, just because. Loviz says, I mean, if you're a real long-haul pilot and flying halfway around the world, the A350 is a better ride. Well, the one thing that we like about the real-world A350 is it, they added a couple drops of humidity into the cabin, and they pressurized the cabin to like 5,000 feet instead of 7,000 feet. So you get off of the long-haul flight without feeling the long-haul hangover. $10,000-foot cabin call, seats for landing. Let's just cruise it on down to 180 knots. Venizelos traffic, Aegean 441 is about to turn finals for landing on runway 21 right, Venizelos. Cabin's ready. And flaps 1. We are going to do flaps 3. GPWS got the memo. Dustin is doing Memphis to Anchorage in the 777 cargo liner. And the lights of Athens look very, very nice tonight. I say we all go for Euros and a Mythos brew at our famous Euro and Mythos pub. Got the airport, got the runway.
Traffic LGM7 line up and take off on our way to
Well, ground just went offline, but delivery is up, and so is the ATIS. So it's just us. I think it's a beautiful night. Winds are from the left, blowing us to the right. Autopilot's off. Captain's got the airplane. No, no, no. Stop panicking. No, you don't need.
Departing Airbus 321, runway 21 left, line up and wait up.
We're a little high. And a little fast. Welcome to the Spy Flight. And that wind from the left is blowing us off to the right, so let's do a little turn. I think if you look over here, you see some darker terrain. Sibby was telling me that there was a big wildfire about 3 or 4 years ago this close to the Athens area. So I think that's why that is so much of a darker shade terrain. Got an airplane departing on the parallel runway. Not a factor.
2,500.
Now we're catching up with our descent. Flaps 2. Speed brakes. Armed. Landing gear. 5 mile finals. We're in approach mode. Manage speed for landing. Flaps are 3. Seatbelts are off. We probably ought to turn those on. Athens traffic, Aegean 441 is now 4 mile finals. Landing runway 21 right, Venizelos. Okay, auto brakes, speed brakes, gear down 3 green, lights are on.
1,000.
Boy, did we get blown off for the side. How strong? Well, the wind's about 12 knots, and it was supposed to be rather gusty here. I'm Hanlu. Yeah, I think so. I think generally everybody says that it's the better airplane. Not by much. I still like the A350, but boy, if I'm going to do cross the pond or cross the ditch or cross the river or whatever, I'd rather take the 777.
100 above. Minimum.
Landing. Reverse. I think there was a little bit of a bounce there. Hey, USMC vet. I think there might have been a little bit of a bounce there. Did I land early? Well, we got to get over to Cancun so we can test the cleaning functions. Venezuela's traffic. Runway 21 right is clear. Taxi to parking. Happy landings, Athens. Loviz says it's a beautiful day and you're doing tacos by the pool. Don't get too close to the pool there, Loviz, or they're going to be rather soggy tacos. You know, nobody likes a watered down taco. Have a great time at the pool. I'm sure you'll make a splash. Was that too many pool jokes there? Yeah, everybody's going to Loviz's place for tacos by the pool. I know, tacos by the pool. How long has it been since you've gotten to go and do something like that, right? It is -2 degrees where Maestro is. Yes, we're going to pool all the jokes there. At least you know the jokes aren't watered down like the tacos could be. GMAC the Irish, will there be free popcorn on the flight? Only for the spectators watching the pilot cause trouble. Loviz says it is 85 degrees Fahrenheit at Loviz land. It could very well, if you know, maybe not intentionally, but if you get too close to the pool, it's going to get watered down. Got the flaps up, speed brakes are down. We're not taxiing along with ruffled feathers here. Tim Dog says it's 54 degrees. I've disconnected the weather cam right now because it's just been like disconnecting and reconnecting and being kind of crazy. So I don't know what its problem is. There's this little satellite terminal. I've never really done anything with that satellite terminal. I think it's just some extra gates here. And I've never really looked to see who parks there or anything like that. This is the Fly Tampa scenery, and if you go and take your drone camera and go up to the control tower, you will find a fresh cup of coffee and a big bottle of ouzo sitting on the table. Got an Aegean and a United here at the gate. APU is up and running. Looks like we got an A350 over there. Nose light goes off. We don't want to blind the ground crew.
Athens traffic taxi 6 Philly Hotel, departure runway 21 left. Athens traffic.
And your jetways today are sponsored by Piraeus Bank. Well, that kind of got in the way of the airplane, didn't it? Okay, APU is all set and running. And there goes engine number 1, and there goes engine number 2. And stop squawking mode Charlie. And up here, we'll do fuel pumps off. Fuel pumps are all off. We're done with the navigation system, so 3, 2, and 1. We're done with crew oxygen since we're on the ground and everybody can breathe. Beacon, seat belts, come on down here. And let's go and do... GSX is interfering with the buttons. Oh, I can't clear stuff. I can't get out of the charts. My EFB is frozen. The EFB is frozen. What are we gonna do? Terrible. We made it. Welcome to Athens. And a nice airport and still a really great livery on the airplane. This airplane was originally retired, but because of the problems with engine parts and stuff like that, Aegean went and got this airplane back. And they've repainted it to look like the new Aegean jetliners. Sadly, they did not put Athena on the side of the airplane. You can let me get out of this? Now deboard. Now I can get out of it. Now we can come over here, request a jetway, request a ground power unit, preconditioned air, and now we can open up all of our doors. And a big old United that's probably getting ready to go on across the pond flight. One of my favorite places I've never been. Looks like a pretty night in Athens tonight.
Reinforcements incoming.
Let's
More
get ready to
agents
go.
joining the Spy
Hey, look
Flight.
who's here. It's Captain Whip. I saw Captain Whip flying an interesting cargo prop liner earlier today. I thought it was a nice, it looked like a nice airplane. Captain Whip, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Happy Sunday. If I don't catch you between now, I guess you said you were having to jump back in and do some real world flying. So I guess they probably got you doing the Thanksgiving stuff. So if I miss you, happy Thanksgiving. Watch out for sheep on the runway. And we are done with the WinWing stuff for this one. Let's get ready to go to Cancun. Happy Sunday, Captain Whip. I hope you had a good landing. I'm sure you did. And let's do Volanta. Let's do SimApp Pro. Exit out of that. And our next flight is going to be... Captain has to go to SJC. And then you're done till Saturday. Ooh. So it's time to start getting ready to feast. All right. We are coming over here. We got 2 airports up. So we're going to go to Havana. And Havana is... Runway in use is runway 06. So we can plan for that. But we're departing here from MMUN. Cancun. Cancun. Our runway 12 in use. 12 left, so I guess what, maybe 12 right for departures for so 12 left for landings. 12 left, so let's plan 12 right for departure. That should be good. Let's see. Tim Dog is flying over KMVY. Oh my gosh, are you going to Martha's Vineyard? Is 2024 real? Worth it? Real G, if you're still using 2020 and it works for you and it looks good and you're happy, wait till it's on sale, I think. But if you're curious and if you want a new game and you know your computer can handle it, I think it's great. You don't leave until 9 p.m. tonight. Today's going to probably be a little bit of a shorter Spy Flight Cap Whip, so we should be all ready to go. Our beer run is right after Cancun to Havana. Probably unmotivated. Absolutely. The Logitech yoke and throttle controls are good to start with. Also look for maybe the Logitech rudder pedals, the plastic ones. Just don't wear shoes and you'll be fine. Don't wear shoes and you'll be fine. And I think that would be a great starter for you. Big Boy, welcome aboard. Martin says, wait until Sim Update 4 drops. I can't wait. I'm ready for that. Tim Dog's going to Plymouth. Canadian Bear is visiting your sister's husband. PDRCC, good afternoon to you. LPPT to SBGR. Azul 458. How's your flight going today? Jay Dizzle is here, and there we go. Okay, shall we get ready to go? We'll go to the north part of the airport here and flight plan. So new flight. Jay, this was a really nice gift from Loviz. Loviz went and visited a real Airbus assembly line and sent this. So this actually came from a real Airbus place. You just have to watch it. This is not a very good hat to wear if you're around Boeing Field. Okay, Big Boy, how do you not feel stressed on VATSIM? I'm new. That's part of the leveling up process. You know, in Assassin's Creed and games like that, you know, hey, you have to level up your skills and stuff like that. In Flight Simulator, you have to level up your skills. So eventually, as you spend more time on VATSIM, your stress level will go down a little bit. And that's the part of leveling up. Jeff, I fly Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Unless there's a special event on Tuesday and Wednesday, or I just feel like it, but mostly those are the days. Let's see. We're going to MUHA. Yeah, Foxtrot. That's the way it is. If you're playing Assassin's Creed or Call of Duty or Indiana Jones or Hogwarts Legacy or, you know, Metro Exodus, all of those kinds of games, you've got to level up, right? Well, you also have to level up in Flight Sim, and that's the process of leveling up. We're going to be in an A350-900. Novix flew with us. You were the tower controller. Novix Gaming, how was the controlling session for you? I hope things didn't get out of control. Sorry. The jokes are going to be silly today. Okay, departing 12 left. No, we're departing 12 right. Switch the runway, landing runway 6. This is a VATSIM event. I am boarding 30 minutes of VATSIM fuel just in case. Generate the flight. Okay, we're going to be in the A350, so I need to hook in the side stick. And let's hook in the autopilot and get MobiFlight going so we can use the autopilot with the A350. PDRCC, I'm going to actually fire up that airplane next so you can kind of have a look at it and tell me what you think. It was a nice little rush that we brought in. The rushes are fun. You know, you look up and all of a sudden, oh my gosh, there's all these airplanes coming here. Kirill, you are always welcome to join. Okay, there's Moby Flight. And let's get the flight simulator. Let's do view the PDF. And let's save this to the desktop. Yep, that's good. I hate to say it, I think we may need to make a change in the playlist. I love the Greek music, but, you know, it might not work on this flight. Let's pre-file on VATSIM. Uh-oh, gotta sign in. SimBrief says we're going over at flight level 330. Hey, Cloven Acorn, welcome aboard. Just getting ready to go on a double VATSIM event. It's Cancun to Havana. I think that the 777 is the better airplane, especially being it's more stable and everything. Uh-oh. Somebody flying a Delta 441. San Diego to Kennedy. Okay, so we can't fly that one. So let's come over here and we'll just change it in here so all the other numbers are right. We'll be 445, which I will never remember, but we'll go from there. And let's try and pre-file this one. And pre-file. Hey, that one works. Piet 10 down. T down. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in. Okay, we're filed. No chickening out possible now. And I will put my flight plan in chat for you. So if you want to get that over on Twitch, you can get it there. We're slowly working on getting these over on YouTube as well. You're not familiar with Boeings. Well, you'll see. Well, actually, we're doing an Airbus on this flight, so you won't really see that. Okay, we've updated all of that. And we've updated this. Next flight, if you've been watching and you've been thinking, man, these are all too complex for me to fly along, the flight after we do this one is going to be in multiplayer. It's going to be absolute chaos. No rules. Hop in your airplane, just fly along with friends. Cloven Acorn flew out of Cancun for Canada yesterday. These are regular, especially the Havana Sundays. It's called Havana Sunday service. They always seem to have the Havana Sunday service going. So it's always going on. All right. I think we're all ready to go. Just waiting on the sim. Oh my gosh, favorite airplane. That's the hardest question because we got some really good ones. I mean, if I have to choose a airplane, right now these days it's the A319, the Airbus A319. The A319, that's the one that I can fly the best. I can take it into Frankfurt Friday and Vectors to Copenhagen, or just want to sit back and do a chill out flight by myself, and it's nice. Canadian Bear wants to go to Santa Clara. Just cleaning up the table here. Let's see. So let's see. I guess there is a big American holiday that's coming up. And that's going to be tomorrow. Not tomorrow, Thursday. Are you going to cook up anything at your house special? And even if you're not in America, you could still, you know, cook up something special, have a big old feast. Because we can share our holidays, especially here on Twitch and YouTube. I haven't decided yet. I've got a few things that I could do something really, really nice in the refrigerator and the freezer. I just don't know if I'm in the spirit yet. But thinking about it. Right now, I've been making an awful lot of guacamole and stuff with, you know, guacamole and things like that. All right, slowly loading. This doesn't look like it's going to be an absolutely jammed event. So if you're, you know, not necessarily brand new to VATSIM, but starting to learn about VATSIM, this might be okay to try. Samico is doing bacon and beer. Hi, Epic Gaming. Welcome aboard. USMC Vet, you're doing your usual? Is that like a traditional Thanksgiving? Turkey, mashed potatoes. You know what our family always used to have, though, when I was growing up? Yeah, along with the turkey and the mash and all that? We had macaroni and cheese. So I've got a little mac and cheese ready to go. Sleeveless, come on in. Should be an okay flight. Like I said, it doesn't look like it's absolutely jammed with airplanes, so. Okay, airplanes in Airbus mode. We don't need a McDo. Everything's good. Cloven Acorn is getting Marie calendars for Thanksgiving. And let's go get our big old A350. And we're going to do an A350. I've just been using the default cabin. Canadian Bear. Yep, it's the American thing. I know. Isn't mac and cheese great? Well, USMC Vet, that's kind of like the special thing, right? USMC Vet, after Thanksgiving and Christmas, it's turkey sliders and turkey soup and turkey sandwiches and turkey surprise for the week after that, right? It's all about the turkey stuff. All right, we got Delta with a default cabin. Let's go to Cancun. MMUN. Andre, our last flight was in Greece, so I've got a special Greek playlist that I have, and all the music you're hearing is from, which one is it? Sounds. Oh my gosh, I always have a problem remembering it. I think we got a special command for that. Green Days Gaming. Welcome back, Green Days. Hi, Loose Cat. Welcome. But we'll go and get the travel jazz now. Epidemic Tracks. That's it. I don't know why. That's one of those things I just never remember. And let's clear that. And turn on Now Playing. And here's Travel Jazz. Always try and make it fit the flying. Absolutely. Okay, I think these gates are available. This should be gate 63. Set as departure. And start. There we go. I see some Semper Fives out there from Firebird, and I think that was Firebird. And what else do we need? I think we're just waiting for the plane. Now, we were going to try and do the full... We're going to try... Hi, Warrior Wolf. Welcome aboard. We're going to try all of the updated stuff for GSX. So we'll have the cleaners go in and do all of that and see what happens with that. Wolfie has arrived. Hi, Wolfie. Welcome aboard. The fly-by-wire now has a 2024 native option. I haven't seen that yet, Mountain Man. No kidding. Somebody was saying yesterday that they were not able to make fly-by-wire work in 2024, but I know I've been able to make it work in 2024. So now that it's got the native option, that's really good. Andre, would I like gyros kebabs? Okay, so I've never been there, but I've seen these incredible pictures of gyros on like Instagram from people in Athens, and they really look good. They look great. So I want to do that someday. We'll see if it happens. Wolfie is going to get a head start on chores. Good luck with that, Wolfie. Lurking is cool. See you when we get to Princess Juliana Airport. And I don't know why it's always been like freezing for a second here, but eventually it seems to pick up. I don't know why. Come on, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Oh, I bet it looks really good. We've got a couple of places that I've been in the past that has like lamb gyros and all, and they look really, really good. I've just never tried. You know, they've been good here in America, but my guess is it's nothing like what you're going to get, you know, in Athens. I always like the way this airplane, when you pop in there, it always just goes clunk like that. And then I always kind of let the sim, you know, just sit here for a second after it's all ready to go, because it's still downloading and loading stuff. And it's just so much easier to let the movie play like once or twice and then get in the airplane that's all ready to go. Wolfie's has a Greek food truck within walking distance. Oh my gosh, we've got nothing like that here. Absolutely nothing like that here. Let's get VATSIM going. A very big airplane. Okay, this is a Delta 445, and this is an A359. Let's get in the cockpit. And there's that Edelweiss over there, and we should be all good. Let's see. I need to do Volanta. Let's get Volanta going before the angry Volanta voice gets me. Delta is your favorite logo. They call the Delta logo on the tail that you see there the widget. So they, you know, like they had the blue the tulip for United Airlines. This is called the widget. Okay, that looks good. Now I need to come over to the Volanta overlay and refresh it. And that's good. That should update that. And we just got a follow. Thank you for the follow. I think that was over on YouTube. Sometimes they go past a little too fast for me to catch it. Let's see. Kirill likes Thessaloniki better than Athens. Yeah, but I've got a really good friend in Athens, so there you go. All right, let's go turn on the airplane and start doing the GSX stuff. So battery, battery, emergency, emergency. So 4 batteries. When they stop flashing, then I will go external 2 and then external 1. And then this airplane comes with a bunch of things already on. So I turn strobes off, nav lights on, logo lights off, no smoking goes on, emergency exit lights go to armed. And so I'll set those up there like that. And there's the airplane coming to life. Just testing some of the buttons here to make sure they're ready. Looking good. All right, let's come on into GSX and get stuff going. So come on over here. Activate services. So the first thing we ought to do is let's operate a jetway. We got to get the jetway, right? And let's see if the jetway's coming. Nope, the jetway's not coming. So what we'll do is, the jetway doesn't work all the time, so we'll just open a door. We'll just get a door open. Now let's go over GSX menu, and let's do request. Where's the cleaning? Deboarding, catering, refueling, boarding, pushback, jetway, stairs. I saw, where's the cleaning service? I did update it. Reposition. Let's try additional services. Ground power, de-icing, lava. Here we go. Request cleaning service. This is the new one. Okay. Now we got to go back into the cabin and see what we got. Okay, that door is going to remain closed. Actually, I don't have any wing views set up on this. Just opening up all the curtains here. Probably be good for them to have a generic curtain command to open them all. This is seat 9 Delta. What do you say? Is this a good wing view? No, that's the door open. I don't see the engine there. Let's come over here. Maybe back here in business class. So there's the door open. There's a pretty good engine view right there. There's the engine view. And set that up. Andre, yeah, that's one of the things that they did is they put some really nice big windows in the airplane. Oh, the jetway finally came out to the airplane. So we've got the jetway finally. Okay, let's set a back window view. I haven't seen the cleaning crew yet. I haven't seen the cleaning crew yet. And we'll go back behind the behind the wing exit here, and then we can go and set up the next wing view. I don't know, the headrest seemed a little messed up to me. Something's wrong with the headrests. Okay, there's a nice view of the window. And we'll come in a little closer. And we can look out the window there, and that's good. All right, there goes some nice wing views. I still haven't seen the cleaning truck. We've got a jetway, but I don't know that I've seen any evidence of cleaning going on. So I haven't seen that. We did come down here and request cleaning. Okay, we just did it again. We'll see if that helps. Maybe a cleaning truck. They come over the jet. Oh, they'll come down the jet bridge. Okay. So we got a jet bridge here. Oh, look at that. There's cleaners. Okay, come on over here. You'll see them coming in the plane. Here comes our cleaning crew. I saw them coming down the jet bridge. So they'll be coming in here. Hey, hi cleaning guys. I'm glad to see that they've got the special blue gloves because, you know, sometimes that can get nasty. Uh-oh, we got a physics problem. Walking through there. Okay.
Bits intercepted. Intel secured. Every bit
Well,
helps.
I'm guessing that this
Thanks,
guy
Agent.
this guy doesn't like his job because he's got the vacuum cleaner. And, you know, vacuum cleaner. So this guy probably thinks, man, my job sucks. More cleaning people coming by. Hey, Loose Cat, thanks for some bits. That was really nice. Thank you. Look at all the cleaning people coming through here. There's a lot of them. Well, this is what I'll be doing with my apartment on Tuesday. I need to get a yellow cleaning shirt like they have. Okay, so vacuum cleaner guy is going here. Well, there is a lot of cleaning going on. It's probably going to take a while. I know, Dustin. It's a big airplane, and they have so many people because, you know, they got to, you know, they want to get the job done fast. Oh, they're putting some pillows in place, it looks like. So there's a guy with trash bags. Oh, they're spraying stuff over there. That maybe they spray stuff because that seat smelled funny. Check in anytime anyone receives their email to pay for the WinWing. I'm still waiting too. I usually check in a couple times on when we're live streaming. There are some people that are getting notices to pay for your WinWing throttles. No idea on that yet for me. So, but some people are getting them. Some people are getting them. Okay. Let's let that go for just a little bit while that's going on. Let's go ahead and we'll open up the cargo doors. And let's come over to Flight Ops menu. Flight Ops status, and SimBrief import. This is new, Camilton. So this was the cleaning crew is brand new. I know, Will. The name of the company is called Scrub. Actually, I think in some languages and stuff, some parts of the world, that's not a very polite statement. Okay, SimBrief import. There is our SimBrief import. So there's our flight plan. I think it's for any airplane on VATSIM. Any airplane, you know, jetliner that's got stuff. It's from GSX, Falkenberger. Yeah, it's from GSX. I don't see anything up front. Here's all the way in the back. We got cleaning crew down there. It looks like they're starting their walk forward now. So they're starting to walk forward. Piet 10 D-Town. Thank you for coming in. Sorry I mispronounced your name. Welcome on in. We'll see you soon. Okay, so the cleaning crew's still in the back of the airplane. All right, this all looks good. Let's go to terminal charts to get started. And I'm just going to go get a copy of my flight plan and put it over in my flight notes. All right, let's go and grab charts. I was able to switch these over to Lido charts in this airplane, which is really nice. So here we are, Cancun. Let's start with APC, airport parking chart. And let's see, we're up on the north side of the airport. I think we want this one. And we're at gate 63, I believe. We're at gate 63. That's terminal 1. That doesn't look right. This does. Gate 63. Okay, that's the wrong one. We want this one. Okay, we got that chart pinned, so there we are at gate 63. Okay, that looks good. Now, airport ground chart. There's only one AGC. Here's our airport ground chart. And that all looks good too. Departing off of 12 right. That's what it looks like they're doing. Now our departure, our SID is the Noodle 1 Alpha departure for runway 12 right. 12 right. Do we have the Noodle departure over here? I don't see a Noodle departure on this one, so it's probably one of the other ones. Here is RNAV SIDS, so let's look at RNAV SIDS. Yeah, there it is. So the RNAV SID is for the Noodle 1 Alpha departure. Okay, so we need RNAV SIDS runway 12 right, and we need to get SID procedures for RNAV SIDS 12 right. RNAV SIDS 12 right. And now we've got a bunch of different pages. It's almost always the last one. Okay, there's Noodle 1 Alpha. So our maximum cleared altitude is going to be right around 5,000 feet. We might get something different, but there we go. Let's see. I'm hearing running water, but the stream level is behind that. Never mind, my wife has her sound machine on in the other room. Well, there could have been something water. It may be, oh, it's probably low vis. Low vis isn't flying, but they're having tacos by the pool today. So it's probably low vis, and it's the water from the pool. Maybe, you know, Buster jumping in the water. Okay, coming in, it's the Vesti 1 arrival for runway 6. Stars runway 6. RNAV stars, it's the Vesti arrival. Do we have Vesti? Well, first of all, is that for 6, right? Stars, runway 6. Okay, Vesti. Kanoa. Well, I don't see it here at all. Probably our nav stars. No, 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 it was me. Took the mic with me and... Oh, it went to P. I hear there's going to be a Wizz Air joke that comes out any moment now. Hey, GT Boy, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by. Welcome on in. There is Vesti 1 right there. So at Vesti, we're going to Woolsey. I think that's it. I think that's it for Vesti, right? Before Vesti, it's Calno. Do we have Calno on any of these? I don't see it there. Okay, Vesti via Calno. Okay, so it's this chart right here. And we're all set to go there. Nope, that wasn't it. It's this one. There we go. Okay, we got the right star. Now, arrivals. Instrument approach, runway 6. ILS runway 6. Oh, sounds like the Irish music's popped in here too. And that's via Woolsey. That's perfect. Airport ground chart. And airport parking. Okay, that's not it over there. Airport parking, we don't want that, but airport ground, maybe that's got, because we're going to the international terminal. So international terminal is right there. Where do we have gates for this? Oh, there's it. There it is. It's the inset. Okay, we're good to go there. That should be all of our charts, and there they are. Let's see how the cleaning crew's doing. So we're back in front of the wing. Well, we got fresh pillows over here, so that's nice, but I don't see the cleaning crew. Let's see if they're still back in the back cabin. Maybe the cleaning crew's done. Maybe the cleaning crew's done. I don't see anybody back here. I don't see them there. I don't think that they're up in this cabin. Maybe they're up in first class, or maybe they're done already. I think maybe they're done. The cleaning crew's done. Yep, I think the cleaning crew is all done with their job. Okay, so let's see. Let's go ahead and start boarding. We'll do a full GSX today. So load sheet. Spirit Airlines, we don't clean the plane, so you... Really? That's gross. Okay, our sim brief, let's load with GSX. I just clicked load with GSX. Okay, here comes fuel. Let's see. Kilos, fuel is 1290. Yep, that's good. So all of that's really good. Here comes the fuel truck. And we got a nice jetway, so we're doing pretty good here. The full ride with GSX today. All right, let's come in and start doing flight plan stuff. Active database is to 26 November, so that's good. Let's hit the init button. Company flight plan. This is a really cool flight management system, but it's a lot more involved than the other ones. So company flight plan, there we go. Delta 445, Cancun to Havana, flight level 330. All of that looks good. Let's come up here and let's start aligning. Aligning is starting. Crew supply of oxygen can go off. Here comes the APU. Hey, here's our fuel truck. So here comes the fuel crew. I hope it's not watered down fuel. You hear the APU starting. We don't clear the airplane to save you money. Ugh. Okay, this looks good. Fueling has started. And align IRSs. We are aligning the IRSs. Let's get a clearance. So MMUN ATIS, Information Bravo. So Information Bravo, runway 12 in use, blah, blah, blah. Oh, I'm not supposed to do that. Winds are 130 at 4, 7 miles visibility, 2992. Everything looks good there. Delivery. Cancun delivery. ATIS available. Let's get our clearance. Delta Airlines, I think Delta cleans the planes. I think they clean their planes. Okay, 122.1. Ground is 121.0. Okay, we're all set with that. And let's see if we hear anybody on delivery. APU is up. Let's get the bleed on for some air conditioning. I didn't see a preconditioned air on this one from the jetway, so we'll see about that. We are at stand 63. We have Information Bravo aboard. Let's try and get a clearance. Oh, let's get rid of this. We don't want to confuse ourselves. Which is very, very easy. Cancun, Havana. Cancun, Havana 33063. And we don't need those. And let's go. I can't key the microphone. This looks like it's frozen. My mic isn't working. Uh-oh. let's reset the side stick. Does it work? It's got an EFIS button that's showing. It's trying to set a button over on the EFIS for push to talk. Let's disconnect the EFIS and the autopilot and try it again. It doesn't see the, it doesn't see that. I wonder if MobiFlight is causing a problem. It worked yesterday. This could be a problem. Okay, MobiFlight is gone. We'll disconnect that. Reconnect the flight stick. Do we have these buttons? You know what? It isn't over here on the radio. Maybe that's the problem. Let's turn this on. Maybe that was the problem. Now let's see, but I can't set this. It doesn't see my flight stick. It doesn't see the flight stick here. That could be a problem. Let's disconnect from VATSIM and restart. I think I've developed some sort of a issue here. Yeah, we'll try one of the other buttons, Dan. Let's see what happens with that. Let's restart vPilot. And see if I can get it to see the controller. So here's vPilot. And connected to the sim. Let's get on VATSIM. Well, you know, before we do that, let's come over here and do settings. And let's go to push to talk. And it shows it sees the button 45 on the WinWing Flight Control Unit, EFIS. FCU, that isn't even plugged in. So let's clear that. The TCA engine. Okay, there's button 9 on the WinWing Ursa Minor. So there's button number 9. That works, but the push to talk trigger, you know what you pull? That's not working. This is weird. Never had this before. Okay, so model matching is down here. But it doesn't see that button. I wonder why. Let's look and see. This is an unusual thing. I wonder what's going on. Let's look at settings real fast and see if it sees the right button. So go to controls. Sorry, we're doing a little testing here. And we've got the keyboard, WinWing Ursa Minor. Navion, welcome aboard. Yeah, one thing it works, the next time it doesn't. Search by input. That's button number 21. That is button number 21. Okay. Let's resume. And let's come on in here. Wolfie, I remember when I set mine up, I had to temporarily disconnect the rest of your controls just to leave the flight stick. It was picking up so many other buttons. Yeah, this is really weird. Okay, everything's disconnected but the flight stick. Button 21. Thought it was button 9. That's on the flight stick. Let's see if we can actually key the mic now. So Dougal, you had the same problem? Okay, we're back on VATSIM. Let's just go to 122.8. I don't want to get on somebody's frequency. Okay, there's 122.8. So we're not going to blast away there. Now let's key the mic. And now it works. Okay, let's go ahead and turn on some things. Let's do the rudder pedals. There's rudder pedals. Ta-da! So the problem, I don't know what the problem was. That was too weird. Now let's see if MobiFlight will let us use the autopilot. And MobiFlight is upset. Oh, because I got to put the autopilot back in. I also disconnected the Xbox controller. Now let's try MobiFlight. Now MobiFlight is not working. Well, I didn't think we were going to have troubles like this today, but let's see if we can make this work. Here comes MobiFlight. And now the autopilot works. This is way too weird. Okay, that looks really good. Let's just come over here and do a quick check of audio. So test, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And this should be the microphone only, and then that's the Katie Pilot thing. Okay, so we're not going to blast people away. So Cancun delivery is 122.1. ASUS is aboard. Information Bravo. That was strange. Okay, 122.1.
Climb BAD, no doubt 1 Alpha, departure to flight level 200, initial expect 370 and final. Runway 12 right, squawk 4251. So Nidal, Sergio departure is Nidal as in November, uniform Delta Alpha.
I think they're loading cargo. Nope, they're not. Ground.
Alright, clear to Havana.
Block fuel from SimBrief.
457, taking the Judo, going to Alpha departure, runway 21 right, time,
and our fuel's supposed to be 12.9, I think. Fuel is already loaded, so that's good.
Contact ground, 1110, have a 5 minutes here.
Let's try and do our clearance.
You guys will see you.
Cancun delivery. Hi there from Delta 445 and A350 at gate 63. Information Bravo is aboard. Requested clearance over to Havana.
Was that Delta 445?
Delta 445, hello.
Delta 445 here, clear to Havana as filed. Climb BAD Nadal 1 Alpha, departure to flight level 200, initial expect 330 as final. Runway 12 right, squawk 350.
Delta 445, we are cleared to Havana via the nodal 1 Alpha departure. Our initial climb is flight level 200. Our final cruise is flight level 330. Our squawk is 3250, all for Delta 445.
Delta 445, read that correct. Contact ground on 1110. Ready for push. Might have a good flight, mate.
Point 0 for push. Thank you so much, Delta 445. That was really strange. I got no idea why that was so messed up. Navion, I don't have any problems with it. But yeah, Wolfie, ta-da on that. That was so strange. Okay, are we actually loading anything here? I don't think we're loading anything. Passengers are aboard, but it's not doing anything. Let's request boarding.
Boarding requested. You want to board crew? Pilot's boarding style.
Okay, we're boarding finally. Hi, Russ. Russ, we're in Cancun. We're going to go to Havana. And then after that, Russ, we're going to go and do...
New
we're
recruit
going to do
detected.
the beer run.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Let's
Stay sharp.
see. Abyss Entertainment. So I did check the reason I didn't do what you said and do the instant fuel is over on the flight plan. If you look at my block fuel today is 12.9. And if you look over here, I'm at 12.9. So it's already loaded. Hi, Brandon. Welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. That's the only reason why I didn't do that. Okay, there's cargo loading finally. And it looks like some people are walking down the jetway. I think it's crew. I think it's crew coming aboard. Okay, let's see here. All of this is done. We've got our departure. Let's go and plug that in. So we are departing off of runway 12 right. Our SID today is the Noodle 1 Alpha departure. Yeah, the Nuda 1 Alpha departure. And temporary flight plan and install. Cool. Let's see. Milkman, this is kind of cool. Say Intentions gave me a hold going into Philadelphia for military ops. Brian, right now they are departing. I believe they're departing 12 right, Brian.
312.
12 right.
Viva 312, roger. You're cleared to La Habana as filed. Climb BRE Nadal 1 Alpha, departure to flight level 200, initial expect 3.
So I saw somebody taxiing over to 12 right for departure.
4274.
Franz just did a sub. Hey, Franz, thanks for the resub. 12 right. Yep, that's right, Brian. Franz, thank you for being here for 18 months. Really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks, Franz. Thanks for the extra support and the awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep my lights on here.
Viva 312.
Okay, our arrival in Havana. We are expecting runway 6. We are expecting the ILS. We are expecting the VETSI 1 arrival. The VETSI 1 arrival. Our VIA. Let's do the transition first, and that's via Calno. And the transition after, I don't remember. Hamilton, do you have a command to see your graphics settings? No, I don't have that one set up. Basically, my frame rates, my FPS, I have them locked in at 30 FPS in the sim. So it shouldn't be any more than that. Okay, it's Woolsey is, I think, our transition. Do we have a Woolsey? Are we via Woolsey? No. I don't think it's the other one, so let's just go with none. And temporary and insert. Passengers are boarding. Okay, passengers are coming down the planes. So we got them going. Let's see. Absent entertainment, the A350 practically flies itself. It actually really does. The secret is set it up correctly the first time. If you set up your flight correctly and don't speed through setting it up, you're going to be great. On the other hand, if you don't, it's going to be bad. All right, looks like we are loading cargo and passengers, so we're really good. Okay, all of this looks really good, so that looks great. Let's just make sure there should probably be one. Nope, there's no route discontinuities. Back to init. Let's do the company wind request.
Delivery, good afternoon, Viva 31.
THC, how long ago did you fly it? Because they've been updating the airplane a few times and it's been pretty good.
Viva 218, hear you 5x5.
Okay, fuel loading.
Awesome, Viva 318.
Let's turn that off for now. Let's do the fuel. So let's do the OPF. And the OPF says taxi fuel is 0.347. So taxi is 0.347. And you just type them in. It was a while ago. THC, since you already bought the airplane, make sure that you have updated it, because they've updated it a couple times now. And I know that when it first came out, it was kind of it was pretty dodgy, but it's a lot better now. Let's see, Andre, we stayed on the ground because we had the GSX cleaning crew come aboard, and they had to clean up the airplane, and now we're boarding through GSX. But what constraints call dual IRS and GPS hybrids to drift? Now, I've got no idea on that one. I have no idea what drift is happening. All right, let's do some other numbers while we're here. So contingency, 15 minutes of fuel is 1.4. There we go. And alternate is 1.73. There we go. And final is 2.3. Okay, those are all in. Passengers, we'll do the rest of this. We could do block fuel at 12.8. Let's wait and see. I noticed with the upgrade, it doesn't give you a top of descent. Did you have the approach, the arrival installed without discontinuities? Sometimes if you don't have if you have discontinuities or something, that is a problem. Altimeter is 2999. I will spare you the German triple negative joke again. Our initial climb clearance is flight level 200. That's good. So there weren't any route discontinuities or something? That might have been it. I don't know. All right, let's just leave the rest of those there for now. Hi, Heavy Weather. Welcome aboard. And load sheet. We're going to have... How many passengers did we get? We're going to have 268 passengers for the flight. So about another 100 to go. Heavy Weather just did a nice resub. Hey, Heavy Weather, thanks for the resub. I don't know why Volanta is not updating its special. Let's try to refresh that again. Heavy Weather, thanks for the resub. Heavy Weather's been here a while. 42 months. Thank you for 42 months of nice jet fuel and flight plan. And help me to keep all my lights on. Thanks, Heavy Weather. Welcome, welcome. 152 passengers are aboard. So passengers still coming aboard. I didn't check the thing that says, hey, give us, hey, keep the passengers visible. I don't have that one going. Dan just did a resub. Dan said it says 24 months, so that's 2 years. Thanks, Dan. Dan, thank you for a nice resub. Thank you for awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. I know you only get one of those Prime subs. Thanks for using it here. Hydrate. Buckeye says to hydrate, and if you're flying with me, you should hydrate too. And that is going to be the end of the coffee for today. So I'm waiting on some of these at the moment. We don't have anything to worry about there. It's probably too early for a checklist and stuff. The APU is all set up nicely. We don't have to mess with any of that stuff at the moment. Seatbelts are off, no smoking, and emergency exit is all we need there. Let's see, we got a squawk code. We ought to put in the squawk code. That's something that we can do. Very important. So squawk 3250. 3250. There we go. VHF 1 reception is not selected. That's weird. Let's see. So we need ground is 121.0. That's ground. 118.1 is tower. Good. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. That's something new. VHF 1 reception isn't selected, but we heard every... Oh, let's just do message clear. VHF reverted to previous entry. Squawk standby. Okay, so that updates those things. I think that we're not in trouble. I hope not. Everything's good there. 224 passengers, almost done with loading. 227 of 268. It's going to be 268. Let's put 268 in here. 268 passengers is what we're going to have. Block fuel. We'll do that when we finally get done here. All of our charts are done. We'll do takeoff performance when we get block fuel. We can't do that yet. Passenger's still walking in. Hi, passenger. Hi, passenger. Hi, passenger. Some of the people that walk around in GSX still walk around kind of funny. It's better than it used to be. I remember when they first started having people in GSX, they all walked like zombies. It was all walk like a zombie. It really was. Okay, cargo's loaded. And I don't see anybody on the jetway. I bet we're almost done. I think we're almost done and it's almost fly-in time. It is, yeah, Fokenberger, you remember? And some of them looked like zombies too. And remember the A350 over in X-Plane? They had passengers sitting in there. They had passengers sitting in the cabin, and it was, there was a couple of them in there that looked like axe murderers and stuff. Okay, our final zero fuel weight is 167.8. 167.8. Good. Our zero fuel weight center of gravity is 29.61. I did update it. 29.6. Block fuel is 12.8. And all of those numbers are now in. Now it's starting to do the math. And all of those look good. So we've got 31 minutes, That looks great. Passengers look great. And I boarded about 30 minutes of extra fuel. We're at 25. That's great news. Let's do the final numbers here. But first, let's go to ground. And let's go to GSX menu. Bulk cargo is still open. Let's prepare for pushback and departure. That should close all of our doors and retract the jetway. Okay, so that looks good. There goes the jetway. Let's come on up here and do ground power and ground power. The APU is up and running. Let's do fuel pumps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Passengers who are aboard, let's have seatbelts go to on and ask them to put away their laptops and stuff. Bulk cargo is still open. I'm going to close bulk cargo. I'm going to remove the GPU. Let's come on down here. And parking brakes are on. I'm going to remove the chocks. And that should be good to go there too. Okay, let's do takeoff performance. Did something melt? The flight factor passengers were very creepy. They really were. Okay, sync FMS, sync weather, compute. We're going to do flaps 1. No, it's flaps 2. 148, 148, 153. Send that to the FMS. I don't know which way we're going to go. Sorry. And let's come over here to return, takeoff performance, and confirm. Okay, all that looks good. Let's do the first checklist. Cockpit preparations. Gear pins are aboard. Fuel quantity is verified. Seatbelts are on. Barrel reference is set. Checklist is complete. Let's turn on ground.
Bravo 4, facing to the south.
Checklist. Before start checklist. Parking brake is set. Takeoff speeds are aboard. Slides are not armed.
Yeah, 4 minutes 4. Okay, sir.
I apologize. Okay.
Slides are armed. Beacon is not on, but we'll stop there. Probably unmotivated says there should be a way you could send a JPEG of our faces and have flight sim. You know, that would be kind of a cool thing for some people who would like to be in the GSX passengers to send some sort of a picture or something and say, I want to be one of your passengers. I think, you know, not everybody does, but some of them might. Okay, ground's 121.0, right? 121.0. Let's check the ATIS again. Information Bravo is still current. We are at gate 63. Time to call for pushback and start. Brian, no, this was a gift. Loviz, who flies with us an awful lot, Loviz got to go and take a tour of a real Airbus manufacturing, you know, an assembly line, watch real airplanes get made. And of course, on the tour, they also had a gift shop. And Loviz picked up a real Airbus hat from Airbus. So this is a real Airbus hat.
And 414 to runway 1 right, QNH 29.999, activity Echo 1, Charlie 29, short 1 to right.
1 Charlie, short Charlie 9, runway 1 to right, American 414.
We're going to try and cut in here and request push and start. Hi, Mr. 90. We are on the Cancun to Havana flight. After we do that, we're going to turn off VATSIM, get in a small airplane, and go buzzing around St. Martin and St. Bart's and Saba. Cancun ground. Hi there from Delta 445 Heavy at stand 63 with information Bravo, requesting startup and pushback.
Please, Delta. Was it the Delta 597?
No, Delta 445 Heavy is at stand 63 with Bravo, requesting startup and pushback.
Apologies, Delta 445. I can respond much early. American 414, contact tower 18.1.
Tower 81, American 414, thank you, good night.
Good night.
Ground, good afternoon, this is Canada 923. We are at J38 and requesting push start.
923, push start on Bravo 500 taxi.
Pushing start Bravo and we'll come back for taxi Canada 923.
Real G.
Delta 445, push start, room on also 2. Advising we're expecting only one to right.
Push and start, expecting runway 12 right now for Delta 445 Heavy. Thanks. Let's do nose to the right, tail to the left. Ready to go? Beacon is on. Beacon is on. And checklist is complete. And parking brake off.
About 212, push start off route on Hotel 2 at 580 taxi, only one to right.
Push and start approved on to Hotel 2 and Boko for taxi, Viva 312.
It looks like GSX is a little confused. I think we waited too long. Continue pushback. Nose right, tail left. Okay, it got a little confused. Let's go over there. Parking brake is off. Here we go. Uh-oh, that airplane is pushing too. We're going to push into that airplane. We got to stop this one. Starting engine number 1, we'll at least get that going.
And ready for
Starting
taxi,
1.
Viva 318.
Viva 318, are you able to arrive at Bravo 5?
Negative, Viva 318.
Viva 318, hold position.
Hold position, Viva 318.
United 313, are you ready to taxi? Oh, wait.
We'll just stop there. That way we won't push into them. Okay, this is coming in. No idea on that one, Brian. Sorry. GSX did get a little confused. Parking brakes are set.
Hello ground, this is Clearwind Flight 27 on Alpha 3 for
First 1520, welcome to Cancun. Continue Alpha 3 Delta Delta 1 Terminal 3, get it to discretion.
Okay, Alpha 3, then Delta, then...
Good start on engine number 1, starting 2. Engine number 2 starts.
313, runway 12. 1 to right, KNH29.999, taxi via Bravo, Charlie 9, full short, runway 1 to right.
And there goes engine number 2.
About 218. Runway 1 to right, KNH29.999, taxi via Bravo, Charlie 9, full short, runway 1 to right, follow the traffic in front of you, Able A319.
Okay, there's our
So QNH
push.
29990, Bravo, Charlie 9, all short of runway 13 right and follow the Airbus A320 in front of us, Viva 318.
There goes engine number 2. Over to surveillance. Predictive wind shear can go on. Okay, that engine is good. So starter's back to normal. APU bleed and APU can go off. Nose wheel disconnect. Set. We were gonna do flaps 2 for takeoff. Here comes speed brakes. Auto brakes go to medium. After start checklist. Anti-ice, probably not needed. Flight controls, we'll check those on the route. Ground clearance is received. Checklist is complete there. Taxi checklist. Flaps are good. Radar is off. We'll do the takeoff config check en route. Let's get ready to taxi.
Full pop-up, push
All right.
Bravo, Bravo, license ready to taxi.
How do you handle pitch rate feedback? There's no if you're asking about if there's force feedback and stuff like that, there isn't force feedback or anything. So it's probably all visual by just looking at your primary flight display, and you can over rotate and stuff, so it's gently. Cancun, hello again. Delta 445 Heavy has pushed and started from stand 63, requesting taxi.
At 923, runway 1 to right, KNH 29.999, taxi via Bravo, Bravo 5, hold short, runway 1 to right. Viva 318, stand by, hold position.
Viva 313, also ready for taxi.
It's a little confused here. This is why it is that we needed a,
Yeah, 313, did you stop?
this is why we needed chill out flights today.
You're unable to continue taxi via Bravo, Charlie 9, hold short, runway 1 to right, behind the Viva A321.
So this is probably Hotel 2 to one of the Echoes, Charlie 9.
629er, contact tower 18.1. Yes, sir. Yeah, Canada 923, Canada, correction, runway 1 to right, Canada 29.999er, taxi via Bravo, Bravo 5, Charlie 9 for sure, runway 1 to right.
So I think that's going to be our route. Let's see if that happens.
Bravo 5, Charlie 9, and all short 1 to right for Canada 922.
Cancun, hello again. Delta 445 Heavies pushed and started from stand 63, requesting taxi.
Delta 445, runway 1 to right. Connection to 999, taxi via Hotel 2, Echo 2, Charlie 9 for short, runway 1 to right.
Delta 441, Hotel 2, Echo 2 Charlie, and we'll hold short at Charlie 9 for runway 12 right, Delta 441 Heavy. Okay, I think we're ready to go. Let's get ready to rumble. Taxi light
The
on.
Flight 97, push Darrell Brooklyn Bravo 4, facing to the south, advise for
And we'll do the takeoff config check. It should be good. 1, 2, 3.
Viva 312.
Takeoff config is good. Checklist is complete. Parking brakes off, and away we go. Did I say 445? 441?
Hotel 2, Echo 2, Charlie 9, hold short, runway 1 to right, follow the traffic 8350.
Roger, QNH.
Canadian Bear, yeah, I forget that all the time.
And taxi via Hotel 2, Echo 2,
SCAD
Charlie
Matrix,
9,
yes.
1 to right.
These are all real people. Okay, and we're supposed to be on Echo 2, that's the middle line. But yeah, these are all people, SCAD Matrix. We're on what's called the VATSIM network. And so everybody that you hear is either a pilot like me with Flight Simulator, or it's an air traffic controller. And if you type in chat SCAD Matrix / VATSIM, VATSIM, it'll put a couple of links into chat for you. One of them is the VATSIM website, it's free, and the other one is the VATSIM map, so you can kind of look at the map and see where there's ATC and simulated airplanes flying all around the world.
That's good. Disregard.
Okay, I think we're all ready to go. Checklist. Line up.
Left on Alpha 3, looking for taxi, we're looking at gate Alpha 18.
I don't see anybody over there.
Requesting gate 18.
Yes, gate 18, we're left 3599.
Roger. Air Canada 93 in cold position.
Nobody coming there. Nobody over there. So, SCAD Matrix, if you see out in the front of the airplane over there, you've got a couple of people lined up like that. Those are people with Flight Sim. Those are people with flying Flight Sim like I am.
Correct, Delta 445, contact tower 18.1.
18-1 for Delta 445, thank you. Have a good weekend.
You too, sir. Have a nice flight.
118.1. And we've got approach and departure here. Both of them are the same frequency. That's going to be 124.7. So that little Viva, I have no idea who that is, but that's somebody flying Flight Simulator just like I am in their home. 124.7. Let's get that plugged in fast. 124.70. Good. I don't know, Brian. What did I miss? Sorry.
145, buenas tardes. Muchas gracias por el saludo. Pista 12 izquierda, QNH 2.99, continúa aproximación, pendiente pista libre.
Decimal 99, pendiente pista libre, 12 izquierda, Quack 145.
Cancun Tower, hi there. Delta 445 Heavy is holding short of runway 12 right at Charlie 9, fully ready.
Delta 4049, correction Delta 445. Good afternoon, somebody call you.
And checklist is complete. Okay, we're all ready to go. Brian, I don't know what to say. I'm a flight simmer. I obviously, you know a lot more about the airplanes than I do, so we're just trying to keep ourselves going as the airplanes get better and better and have fun. But no, I don't really do any of that.
New recruits detected.
SCAD Matrix, thank you for the follow.
Agent.
Welcome, welcome.
Stay sharp.
Cuba 313. Continue Alpha 3, contact ground 121.2.
So we're waiting for that Viva to depart.
145, pista 12 izquierda, viento cercano, autorizado a aterrizar.
Autorizado para aterrizar, pista 12 izquierda, Quack 145.
They're probably going to the Havana airport too, so everybody's probably holding here. You see the airplanes there. Well, we got a couple of them coming out too for departure. And what do we have out here? This is that map I was telling you about, SCAD Matrix. So all little blue dots, those are airplanes flying on VATSIM. All of the shaded areas that you see here, are where there's ATC. And it is a global network. So if you look here, you can see LA Center, Albuquerque is up, both Miamis. Looks like Atlanta, Memphis, and Salt Lake Center's up. That's just in the U.S. Europe is starting to go to bed a little bit here. Looks like Sweden, Finland, North Sea is up. A lot of Germany is up. Scottish is up. So there's all sorts of ATC all around the world. We're going to be flying off of this network for our next flight. It's just for if you're beginning out and just want to fly your airplane and enjoy. That's what we're doing next. So it's a two-hop. We'll take off from Princess Juliana Airport at St. Martin. We'll continue to St. Bart's, Saba, and then back to Princess Juliana Airport. Parking brakes off, on. Let's turn those on. We're going to rotate it at 148. I think everything else is good. We could go over here and set up. Let's go to the ATC COM menu. Go to Digital ATIS. And there should be ATIS on VATSIM. Let's send a request and see what's...
runway 12 right, wind calm, clear for
There
takeoff,
is our arrival information. This airplane is getting ready to go.
Clear for takeoff, runway 12 right and 1 airborne, 124.7 for Viva 318. Thank you for the service. Adios.
And away they go. SCAD Matrix. So no, I don't think it's going to connect to PlayStation 5. If you want to get on VATSIM, you'll need to be on a PC for the game. But it is pretty cool. And if you get a chance, and we're trying to fly with as close to the real world as we can. Real weather, real time, and follow the rules as close as we can get. So if your son's going to school to be a commercial pilot, this is actually a really good little training aid for that. What is the difference between Flex and Toga? Toga is mostly a sheet that the Romans...
45 heavy, runway 1 right, unit 2999, line up runway.
Runway 12 right, line up, run the altimeters 2999 for Delta 445 Heavy. Hey Jamie, welcome aboard. A Pixel Pilot or a Byte Tower controller? I haven't heard the Byte Tower controller. Flex basically means we're going to use, we're not going to rev up the engines as much. We're going to, use a little less gas, a little less power, but we'll use a little more runway on a Flex takeoff. Cancun Tower. Sorry about this. Delta 445, was that line up and wait or clear for takeoff?
Delta 445 Heavy, line up and wait.
Line up and wait. Thanks. Just checking. Delta 445 Heavy. Okay, we're lined up and waiting. So strobes on the runway, landing lights on. Everything else is ready to go. Let's go over to surveillance, go to Terra, and look above us. And back to performance. So the planes should be moving a little bit, probably Moto. It should be moving a little bit. They're not moving very fast. Captain Edward, welcome in. Thanks for coming in. Jamie, good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Hi Dan, welcome in. Yep, the X, that is the A350 logo. Sleeveless says it's bumpy in the climb today. I think Wolfie's right. It's about 10 seconds or so. So the refresh rate on the radar is not quite fast. So you're not going to see everything. Well, not every runway is going to be perfect for... It's not going to be perfect for flex. Sometimes you just have to do the toga takeoff. Take off a full power type of a takeoff. I am not a VATSIM worker, no. Just a simple pixel pilot. Hey, Cookie the Cake is back in chat. Hi, Cookie the Cake. Happy Sunday. Hope you're having a great weekend. Andre, almost takeoff time. What did the vulture say to his dinner date? Was your snake rotten enough? Martin keeping the comedy club open at Spy HQ.
45 heavy, runway 1 to right, wind 050 degrees 06 knots, clear for takeoff. Whenever contact departure 1 target off 7, good day.
Delta 445 heavy, clear for takeoff. Runway 12 right after takeoff. We are calling 124.7. Delta 445. Thanks for the ATC. Have a good week.
Thanks so much. Good day.
And throttle's going up about halfway. We don't have a clock. The elapsed timer sets itself. So engines are stable. And there's manual flex. SRS and runway are set. Auto thrust is blue. Up, and away time. .100 knots. There's a little of that wind. There's our rudder pedal.
V1.
Hands off the throttles and rotate. Positive climb. Gear going up. Well, that's got some interesting sounds. Lever climb, thrust climb, flaps 1. Get a little help from the autopilot. And change frequency. Cancun approach. Hi there. Delta 445 is passing 2,000 feet for 5,000 feet.
Viva 318. Viva 318.
Flaps up.
Climb unrestricted pedal 200.
Cookie to Cake also just did a resub for 3 months. Wow, Cookie to Cake. It's 3 months. Thank you so much.
Delta 445 heavy. Climb via the seat pedal 200.
Climb via the SID. Flight level 200. Delta 445 heavy. Cookie to Cake, thanks for coming in. Thanks for a 3-month resub. We are having a great flight so far. Had a couple of little bumps and stuff here, though. Some strange things happened on our departure here. Captain Edward, you have a job interview. Really? Aviation to fly planes, Cessna 172 Skyhawks. Captain Edward, good luck to you. I hope that turns out okay. Are y'all set for the interview? I really hope it turns out to be everything you're hoping for. That's really exciting news.
Delta 46 heavy, Roger. You are radar contact. Continue descending via the north of 1 Bravo arrival to...
Okay, below 5,000 feet here. And flaps are up. Speed brakes disarmed. And continue to climb via the SID. Let's see. So Captain Edward, that is really exciting. But yeah, how do you feel about the interview? Are y'all set, ready to go? Are you kind of like a combination of a little nervous but not too nervous? And there we are going out on the noodle departure. We're below 5,000 feet there, and that looks like that's about it. Up to flight level 200. And we just got an ATIS update on our arrival airport. This all looks good. Surveillance is all set. We're looking ahead and above. Terra is on. Back to performance. I think I left the door open. Security people are going to be all upset. Left the door open. Sorry. And bring out the map a click. Maybe another one. And out we go. The last time Andre's sim crashed in the middle of a flight, sometimes it just does that in the sim, but it's not fun, you know, especially in an airplane like this, when seriously you go and spend, what do we spend? Almost an hour, you know, cleaning the plane, loading the plane, setting the cockpit up and everything like that, and then you have a CTD. That's not the fun part for sure. Clouds on TTV just did a follow. Hey Clouds, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. All right, our departure looks really good there. And let's go to en route.
128.3, ciao.
And I usually go to IFR night because it's cooler looking. And there's our flight. Arrival, it is information Lima right now. Runway still in use is 6. Winds are 040 at 13 knots. Visibility 9 knots. Some clouds here and there. Transition level is 40. ILS runway 6. The altimeter 1016. Everything looks good there. So we're getting this. Let's go and do auto update now. That way we'll get auto updates whenever they update the ATIS in Havana. Captain Edward is not nervous. Okay. You're just making your dream come true. I think that is awesome, Captain Edward. Really, really good luck to you. Let us know how it goes. Come in. Tell us how it goes. Really exciting news. 10,000 feet. So a couple 10,000 foot items. Landing lights off. Taxi lights off. Cabin call. And we'll turn off the mobile device lights so they can pull out their laptops and stuff. Well, I'll tell you what, Captain Dave, if being a pilot and all is a goal, spending time in flight sim like this and on VATSIM and all that, it really is it's not a waste of time for you. I mean, we've got all sorts of really, really cool airplanes and stuff like that, and the ATC that you hear on VATSIM is as close to the real world as you can make it. So this is a really good start to getting started in flying. So good luck on that. I hope it continues to go the way you're hoping for.
Papa Lima Zulu, autorizó la aproximación visual 12 derecha.
Center, I believe, is 128.3.
Y Papa Lima Zulu, 6 millas final, pista 12 derecha, servicio radar terminado, contacte Torre 18-1. Torre Cancun 18-1, Papa Lima Zulu.
Okay, that's all ready to go. Epic Fool, why some consistent events get low traffic, for example, West Coast weekends?
Delta 46 heavy turn right at
I don't know, Epic Fool. The thing is like a lot of events are getting super duper crowded. Maybe it has something to do with the time. I'm not sure. But you know, we had, there was an event earlier today into Geneva, and people were abandoning ship all the time because they were just so jammed with airplanes. But in other cases, you know, like West Coast weekends in Canada, maybe it's too close to the work week and it's too late at night. I don't know.
Descending to flight level.
That's right. That's one of the part of the reason why I don't do an awful lot of long hauls. I mean, I'll do like cross the pond, cross the land, cross the ditch, those kinds of things. But it's no fun, like you just said, when you put in all that effort, all that time, and it's CTDs. I had one. We were doing a cross the pond flight, and I had it crash to desktop about 45 minutes from Paris. So we did cross the pond from the East Coast to the U.S. to Paris, and that was it. Probably because the contaminated runway is going to change. It's going to change the settings based on prior experience with snow and stuff on the runway, I think. And so it is going to behave differently. It also behaves differently for rain, you know, if it's a wet runway. They just change the speeds based on whatever criteria Mr. Airbus came up with, you know, when they designed the airplane. Let's see, Z-Blue? What server will we on when we switch to multiplayer? We've been flying on the, I think the Southeast Asia server is what we've been doing, or the USA West server. We'll look and see which one's best. If we want, we can decide right now. Wolfie, you can tell us which one you think is best for us to use. But you can, you know, we'll do that. Not everybody gets good performance out of the West USA server. 128.3 for Delta 445 Heavy. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
You too.
This is Meridia Center. Meridia Center, good afternoon from Delta 445 Heavy, passing flight level 180 for flight level 200, overhead Sevka.
Delta 445 Heavy, good evening, radar contact, climb and maintain flight level 330.
Climb and maintain flight level 330, Delta 445 Heavy.
Ocean 978 Heavy, contact Cancun approach, 124.7, have a great flight.
Altimeters.
124.7,
So Wolfie says the West USA is going to be the lowest ping. So since that's what the command is already set up for Wolfie, we'll start planning on the West USA server. So we'll just plan on that for now unless that's a problem. So that'll be for our next flight. And that's going to be the beer run.
Delta 8912 Heavy, correction Delta 8912. Houston Center is offline. Radar terminated.
And we got an updated ATIS. It's information Lima in there. Brian, I am not a Delta worker. I'm just a simple live streamer who flies flight sim.
King Air Delta Kilo Charlie cleared for the ILS X-ray runway 10.
Going to be kicked over to Havana next.
X-ray runway 10, King Air Delta Kilo Charlie.
First flight tomorrow is Vectors to Copenhagen. I've kind of got a little, I got a little rotation of airports that have full ATC. So I'll depart Dusseldorf for Copenhagen tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. Nuremberg is going to be available, and I think Bremen, not Bremen,
445 Heavy, contact Havana Center 124.55. Great flight.
124.55 now for Delta 441 Heavy. Thank you so 445 Heavy. Thanks so much. Have a good weekend.
You too.
12455. Taximarius just arrived. Welcome back, Taximarius. Thanks for coming in. Super duper happy weekend to you. Hope it's good for you. Havana Center, good afternoon. Delta 445 Heavy is passing flight level 210 For flight level 330, overhead noodle.
Delta 445, Havana Center, hello. Continue climbing, flight level 350, I confirm 330.
Continue the climb, flight level 330, Delta 445 Heavy. And there we go. So let's see, how we doing here? Over on the flight plan, Havana is 207 miles to the east of us. We should be landing at 2149 Zulu with 7.4 tons of fuel in the airplane. The current time on the airplane, it is 2116. We'll land at 2149 to give you an idea. Hey Martel.
On a moon rate.
Oh my gosh, how's curing your sleep deficit? I had a real bad one the other day. I mean, it was really bad, but it's better today. So, good luck with your sleep deficit. Hope you get to come and fly with us tomorrow on Vectors to Copenhagen. We'll see you then. Take care. And if you're joining over on YouTube, thank you for joining the Spy Flight on YouTube. I'm really new over there right now, and just learning. So. Really appreciate you, joining on YouTube. Thanks. If you are on YouTube, we did just start some very small channel memberships over there. And every day that we fly, I do a good morning sort of first cup of coffee video. And those are over on Patreon right now, but they're going to slowly move over to just a channel membership. Should be a lot easier than putting things on Patreon. And here comes 25,000 feet, usually around 25,000 feet, unless there's turbulence. I'm going to go seatbelts to auto, and seatbelts are on auto. So landing lights, nose lights are off, strobes, beacon, nav are on, and everything else is good. There is no after takeoff checklist on this airplane. So our next checklist will be the approach checklist. And I'll usually leave this one on performance to give you an idea. 37 miles to top of climb. And it will also show me the latest ADIS or weather information for our destination. Have it just right there, which I think is pretty cool. If you were over in Germany, you could do CPDLC clearances with this airplane. It works really good. And this is also one of the airplanes where your seatbelt signs, your device signs, and no smoking signs, they all work.
Descend flight level 170, Viva 318.
Sadly, the coffee machines are just sitting there and you can't get pizza, or if you need a stronger beverage or something like that, in the galleys.
312, climbing 330.
Viva 312 on a center, hello, continue climbing, flight level 330.
We're done with the RNAV parts.
330.
Okay, so we're all good here. There is our star. So there's our arrival. We'll come in via Calno and altitudes. Anything here? Above Hotel Alpha 407, we're supposed to be above 4,000 feet. And at Woolsey, we need to be at about 2,000 feet on the arrival. And then over here on the arrival minimums. Minimums for the arrival are 420 feet. There's Woolsey at 2,000 feet, and in we go. After we get there, so we'll try and do, I'd say auto brakes well, hey, I wonder if I have time to set up brake to vacate. But we're going to try and catch, unless it's really crowded, we'll try and catch the Echo taxiway. So Echo to Echo into the apron, and the big plane's parked down here at the end of Terminal 3. So that should be good for us on that. Clouds, are you talking about over on Discord? Yeah, we do have to do the verification things. Some of the rules about the internet are changing in some countries, and so we did have to add some of those things in there. Oh, on Twitch. Yeah, I think Twitch is probably doing that too. I think Twitch is now requiring some verification. Again, laws about being on the internet, doing stuff like this are changing, so we've had to turn on some of that too. And they're different all around the world, so, you know, you got to go with probably whatever's the most strict. But yeah, sorry about the inconvenience, but thank you for taking the time to do that. And a little hydration there. Everything looks good there. We did check to see, over on the flight plan, we checked to see, so our estimated landing fuel is 7.3. You can look on the operational flight plan and go on the summary and fuel page and look at final reserve and alternate is 4.0. We're going to have 7.3, so we don't have to worry about diverting or anything, and we can even go around if we have to as well. So that's going to be nice. Still landing at about 2150, so about 30 minutes, unless we get, you know, vectors for the arrival. If you want to get an idea, our next few flights are no flight plan, nothing else, just fly with your friends, and we're going to be in the Caribbean. Ollie Collie, yes, VATSIM is free. VATSIM is free. They would like a donation if you can, but they don't require it. Loose Cat, chilling out time.
To flight level 040
I can show you what the route looks like. We got a little bit of time here, so I can show you the route of what we're going to do next. And I can do this using Navigraph, okay? So this is where we are right now. We're going to be flying over in this part of the world here. So what we could do is we could go to flights and we could add a new flight here. And our origin is going to be TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport. Our arrival airport is the same thing. We're going to go back to it. So TNCM, Princess Juliana Airport. So there is Juliana. Now what we're going to do is we're going to add our other two airports up here in the edit command. So we're also going to TNCS, TFFJ first, and TNCS. We're going to do both of those airports. Hit done. And now, if you zoom this map out, you can see there's Princess Juliana Airport at St. Martin. And if we zoom out, you can see our next flight is going to be a triangle like this. So we're first going to take off and go to St. Bart's, and then we're going to go over here to Saba. St. Bart's, you go over a hill and dive for the runway and land. And then after that, you then come back over, and Saba is a super short runway. And then we'll go back to Juliana. That's called the Spy Brew Run. Do I have the Indy event on the plan for tomorrow? I don't, but I was planning on doing that, the Indianapolis event.
629, contact Havana Terminal 120, have a nice flight.
What Tim Dog is talking about is over on VATSIM.
Moonraker 629, have your address hit.
It's called Pumpkin Pie and Patterns. And so we could... what are you doing, airplane? Oh, we're at top of climb. We're done climbing. Tim Dog is going to do Indiana ground. So, what we're going to do is... Yeah, Briggsy, close your eyes on those, right? St. Bart's. No, we're not taking this airplane. We're taking something a lot smaller.
Okay, when ready, descend flight level 170.
So right now, tomorrow, we're planning Dusseldorf to Copenhagen. We've had a suggested flight that we kind of been putting off a little bit. This thing for LaGuardia to Portland. And so maybe what we'll do... Yes, a sensible airplane. So let's do... Indianapolis, KIND, and we're not sure where we're going to go yet. And I don't know what airplane we'll take for tomorrow, but we'll do that flight up to Portland, Maine, after we do vectors to Copenhagen, and then we'll depart with Tim Dog on out of Indianapolis. So this is kind of like our spy flight plan that we slowly put together. And it used to be I would set up a flight plan like a week in advance, and then we were always changing it. And so now I'm trying to do so we can keep it more, you know, so we can be more... Descending now, flight level 170, Delta 445. Descend flight level 170, and it wants us to do Delta. Very arbitrary. Be sure and put over in Discord where people can find your videos so that they can see what you're doing. Hi, Mighty Morph. Welcome in. Okay, we got to go and put some numbers in. So let's do performance and approach. The wind right now is... Winds are 040 at 13. At 13 knots. The temperature is 26 degrees. The altimeter is 1016. And that's going to be hectopascals. Let's get ready for hectopascals over there. And we need to do minimums. Minimums are over here. And the ILS. Category 1 is 420. And that looks good. Transition level, according to this, transition level is 40. So let's change that. There's the correct transition level, and everything's good. Back to the descent page. And we're good to go there. I usually will set my arrival ATIS in the backup over here. That's probably not what the real pilots do, but it's a nice reminder. 16. Okay, that looks good. Thanks, Mary Arbitrary. Can't wait to see your video that you made. Okay, 30,000 feet, looking good. Why am I using Vector if VATSIM is free? Vector? Are you talking about Navigraph? If you're talking about the charts, I do use the charts. Although these charts come with FlightSim 2024 and I like these, but Navigraph you do pay for if you're talking about that. Passing 29,000 feet, looking pretty good. Let's go to surveillance, and we're now going to look below and have surveillance set for that. Checklist. It's going to be a while before we do that checklist. Let's just stay over here for a sec.
Viva 318, Havana.
Viva 318, listening you.
Viva 318, descent, flight level 040.
Oh, looks like we're going to have an approach. That's going to be 120.3.
And direct Walter, Viva 318.
Correct.
120.3 is Havana approach. We've also got tower and ground, so we're good to go there. Looks like we're just got feet dry here. Really nice airplane. It seems to be working really good for me since the last update. They have also updated the sound, so there's new sounds that we're hearing all the time in this. 25,000 feet, let's do seatbelts. And if you remember, the only thing that was on back in the cabin was the no smoking sign. So we're gonna go seatbelts to on. Come on back to the cabin, let the cabin, reload a little bit. And come over here. And now you can see the signs in this cabin work too. Let's see, how is my speed? Actually, no, we're kind of right on for our best descent rate, our best speed at the moment. So we're kind of close to the little pink triangle there. Little pink there. That's our target speed.
312 descent, flight level 170.
Your engines were running, you couldn't get thrust to taxi to the gate. That is strange, Russ. You couldn't get taxi to the gate.
Delta 22 descent,
I have no idea about that, Russ. That's really weird. And nobody wants to, use a tug, right?
LR 215, contact Merida, enter 128.3.
128.3, thank you for your service for those 15.
Let's see, is there a speed restriction that I missed on this? Let's look and see. We actually just got to descend to 17,000 feet. Let's see, there's Calno, VATSIM, flight level 40, 2,000 feet. I haven't got any speed restrictions on this one right now. I've got an airplane 20 miles ahead of me, so it's not like I've got a speed problem at the moment. Might as well just let the airplane choose the speed, because one of the things it will do is choose the speed that's best for the airplane, based on its weight, based on what it thinks the weather is, and we'll assume that it's smarter than the Pixel pilot. Yeah, so there's that airplane. If I was a little closer to that airplane, maybe I'd slow it down a little bit, but right now the airplane's behaving, even though the pilot does not want to. Let's follow Mountain Man's suggestion and check our email and see if there is a WinWing email. No WinWing email. How can you fix your radio panel on the Phoenix A321?
Contact Havana Terminal 20.
It's not letting you tune to LA Tower?
Delta 445 Havana.
Delta 445, hello?
Delta 445 Havana Terminal 120.3.
120.3 now for Delta 445. Thank you. Havana Terminal, very good afternoon. Delta 445 is approaching 17, flight level 170 with information Lima.
Delta 445, good evening, descent flight level 40, for information is Mike.
We'll get information Mike, and Delta 445 descending now, flight 4,000.
Yeah, 40, transition altitude in Havana is 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet and Delta 445.
Yeah, Delta 445, descend to flight level 40.
Descending now, flight level 40, Delta 445. Transition, where is that? It is flight level 40. I see what they're saying. Got it. Helionator, I'm
Delta
happy.
445, you're going to be number 3, speed 250 knots or less.
250 knots or less, number 3 for the runway, Delta 445. Now we're going to slow it down. But Helionator, this airplane keeps getting better and better. Carol, I've got no idea why it won't let you tune to LA Tower. Will it let you tune to other things? Remember that some frequencies have a 5 after them. And there's our speed going down. And I've got my speed brakes out a little bit too. All right, coming up on 10,000, we're going to get busy. So we're going to go and turn on devices. So we're going to ask them to put away their laptops, their computers, and anything bigger than an iPad. Altimeter again. 1016. That's all set. Information. Mike is now aboard. Interesting that it didn't give me information Mike for the other one. How about flaps 1? There goes our leading edge slats.
Havana Terminal, good afternoon, Jamaica 7002, flight level 225, descending flight level 50. It is Mike.
Jamaica 7002, good evening. Continue via the arrival. Expect LS06, going to be number 4 for the approach. Speed 250 knots or less.
Okay, and so we're number 4 for the approach. Continue on the arrival, and we're currently 250 knots or less, Jamaica 7002.
Viva 318, 3000.
Tim Dog, maybe that's the reason. If you're flying in-game ATC, that might be it. What Tim Dog just said. Maybe that's why you can't tune it. Are you on VATSIM, Carol, or are you on like AI ATC in the airplane, within the sim itself, and it's telling you what to do? Lights, cabin call. Okay, everything's set up here.
Portugal 320, do you have the traffic store final inside?
Affirm, Portugal 320, ready for departure.
Right, behind the London traffic line up and way behind.
Landing traffic 1 MUHA 06, behind.
Okay, I think we're all good there. Altimeter again is 1016.
And just to be sure, for
altimeters are checked and set. That's good.
1016 AFIM.
AFIM, information Mike still active.
Approach checklist. Barrow reference is set. Seatbelts are on. Minimums are set. Runway condition is dry. Auto brakes are set. And checklist is complete. Information Mike is now also aboard down there.
445, descend 3,000 feet, speed 230.
Descending now 3,000 feet. Speed is 230, Delta 445.
Viva 318, descend 2,000 feet, clear for the ILS approach runway 02.
2,000 feet clear, the ILS approach 06, Viva 318.
Viva 312, Havana, are you with me?
Biggles is back in chat. Hi, Biggles. Welcome aboard. Biggles, thank you for coming in today. We are just coming into Havana. After we do that, we're going to go to the Flight Sim Playground and do the Brew Run. Princess Juliana Airport out to St. Bart's, Ceiba, and back. If you get a chance to join us, that would be fun. Okay, here we are coming up to Woolsey.
629 taxi to Terminal 3 via Charlie, Alpha, and Delta.
Alright, Alpha and Delta for Boomerang 629, have it plus.
Hello from Viva 312.
ILS is all set.
Mike requesting the VOR 06 and flight level 140.
Viva 313, continue descending flight level 40. Break, Portugal 320, wind 040 degrees, 12 knots, runway 06, clear for takeoff, no delay.
Clear for takeoff, no delay. Always entertaining to get those. Still a good 10 to 15 miles behind the airplane ahead of us, so there's good spacing there. Shouldn't have to go around. You never know. Looks like tower and ground have gone offline, so we'll stay with approach at 120.3.
Jamaica 7002, speed 230 left.
230 knots left, Jamaica 7002. Confirmed. You want us to hold at Newton?
Negative.
Okay.
And there is... We're still a little high, but I think we'll catch up just fine. I'm going to increase my rate of descent just a little bit. Let's see. Konark, is it time for flaps 2? Yeah, we're actually, well, we're close. Let's get a little bit slower.
Portugal 320, radar contact line for level 250.
For level 250, Portugal 320.
Speed brakes out. There goes flaps to 2. And we'll put speed brakes down and we'll trust flaps 2.
0318, wind 040 degrees, 12 knots.
See, we're a little bit too fast. That's why I didn't want to do flaps 2. It wasn't a happy airplane. I've got localizer. I've been using vertical...
Delta 445, descend 2,000 feet, clear for the ILS approach, runway 06.
Descending now 2,000 feet, cleared for the ILS, runway 06, Delta 445. All right, I've got a localizer right now, so we'll just press the localizer button for now. And just get a little help from the localizer, because we don't have glide slope yet. Green Giant, we have the current, basically it's the Delta widget, you know, the current Delta livery. That's what we're flying right now, Green Giant. This livery is...
Delta 445, speed 210 knots or less.
210 knots or less now for Delta 445.
Viva 312, descend 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet.
I am not having luck with that yet. Landing gear can go down. That'll help slow us down. Some interesting clunky sounds there. I've got glide slope and localizer. Let's go switch over to approach mode. And speed now, let's do 180. We're about 10 minutes from the trailing airplane. Flight attendants, prepare for landing. I did switch the barrel. I did that earlier, so you might have missed that one.
70, Jamaica 7002.
The Berwick is in chat. Just flew this for the first time, failed badly in departure and arrival. Rhinoplast, welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for coming in. The Berwick, the thing is these airplanes are getting more complex all the time, and they're getting a little bit harder. They're getting just a little bit harder there. So that's part of what's going on with this. It just takes a little bit of practice to get it all set up and working the way you want. And approach chart. But I promise you, these things, you can make them work. Okay, we're going for the
New
Echo.
recruit detected. Welcome
Definitely different from the A320. It absolutely is.
Have a nice day, Havana, Portugal 320.
So long, have a flight.
Okay, we are in approach mode automatically, so that's good news.
Viva 312, descend 2,000 feet for a view approach from
We are looking pretty good.
Down to 2,000 feet.
Okay, posture check so that we can fly the airplane. As usual, it's a little bit hazy coming into Havana, so the airplanes, well, it's an Airbus. Berwick, you know, Airbuses are floating machines. They'd rather fly than land, I think. That's why most of the time, especially in the A319, but in, sometimes the A320, I will do a flaps 3 landing. Because again, they just love to float. And checklist. Landing checklist. We're just waiting for flaps to be full. Is this an offset localizer? So the runway heading is 060. The inbound course is 060. Nope, not an offset.
About 318 vacate left before runway vacated.
Okay, this looks a little weird though. See how this is all the way over here? Something's off with that. Look. That's weird. That's really weird. Hi Duncan Storman, welcome in. And speed for landing. That is really strange that that's all the way off to the side. It's tracking something.
And runway vacated, Viva 318.
Delta 445, wind 040 degrees, 1 to knots, runway 06, clear to land.
06 clear to land, Delta 445, thanks.
Viva 318 taxi to Terminal 3 via Echo, stand at discretion.
Stand at my discretion, that taxi via Echo, Viva 318.
Jamaica 7002, descend 3,000 feet, QNH 1016.
Descend 3,000, QNH 1016, Jamaica 7002.
I have the airport, I got a runway, I think. Yep, I got a runway. Something is really kinky with that VOR.
500.
Gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes. I think we're good to land.
$400. 300. 100 above.
Jamaica 7002, descend 2,000 feet, turn right direction, will be clear for the island approach runway 06.
Landing.
Roger, descend 2,000 feet, right turn direct, Woolsey, cleared ILS runway 06, Jamaica 7002.
100, 90, 80, 70, 60, 50, 40.
Float, 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 right? Oh, I'm trying to put it on the ground. Okay, come on, airplane. Landing outside the airplane is bad. Landing outside the airplane always gives you a problem. I know.
445 package next left for runway package expedite.
Expediting Delta 445. Is that what happened? Okay, so I was spending too much time looking at my runway. Hi, Joker's laughing gas. But yeah, airplane wanted to just float. That's right. Every time I want to go outside and look at the airplane as it lands, it always turns into that. I want to go outside and see the airplane land.
0312, wind 040 degrees, 12 knots, runway 06, baseline.
06, cleared 1, Viva 312.
Delta 445, taxi to Terminal 3 via Echo, stands at discretion.
Via Echo stands our discretion. Thanks so much from Delta 445. Have a good Sunday. Okay, lights, strobes, APU. Mike is absolutely better. See, that's the more sensible thing to do, right, Mike? Record and replay. Of course, being a sim pilot, you know, I'm probably not going to do the smart thing, right? Okay, speed brakes down, flaps are up. And I think we probably have, how about this one right here on the end? There's the little line. I think the lines are a different color here. I think that Viva that you see there was the airplane that departed with us and took off before us. But yeah, Mike, you're absolutely right. And we do have a new recorder. We do have a new recorder. I should learn to use that.
Delta 445, frequency change approved. Have a good evening.
Thank you so much for the ATC. Always fun to fly into Havana. Have a great weekend.
Welcome.
And the same for Viva 318. It was a pleasure to fly with you today. We changed our frequency. Bye-bye. Adios.
That should be pretty good. Parking brakes on. Did we get the APU set up? We sure did. APU bleed. Come on down here. And let's do engine number 1 and engine number 2. Come on up here to surveillance. And we're done with predictive wind shear. And we're done with the transponder. And you do have to confirm transponder off on that one. And that one is pretty good too. Let's come over here, go to ground. And let's see, activate services. Let's request deboarding. And here comes a jetway. And here's, so we did like full GSX on this particular flight. Let's see, the beacon could go off. Let's do our fuel pumps. Fuel pumps backwards on this airplane. Fuel pumps are off. We're done with ADIRS, 3, 2, and 1. Done with crew supply of oxygen. And we're going to do seatbelts off. We should have turned mobile phones off while we're taxiing in. Cargo is opening up, and passengers should be deboarding. So yeah, but Mike is right, and I think it's really simple. I think there's a little recorder up here, and that's how you record it. It's right next to GSX. I better learn how to do that someday. Russ wants to know if anybody has Orbix for Denver, if anybody can provide the recommendation. I'm not sure. I don't know which one I have. My guess is, Russ, if it's an Orbix, and especially something like Denver, it's probably going to be just fine. It's probably going to be just fine. Let's see if passengers are deboarding. So the door's open. I don't see anybody deboarding or anything. But yeah, you're tired of the default? I've got one of the paywares, Russ. I don't remember which one. Let's get going. So let's disconnect from VATSIM. Thank you, VATSIM. And we'll just say thank you to the A350 and leave it at that. And it's time for a really, really nice beer run. Let's go and reset the sim. And there's a bunch of stuff that we got to remember to do when we go from flying on VATSIM to flying over on multiplayer. So the first thing, let's turn off MobiFlight. We don't need that. Let's disconnect Volanta. We don't need that. And everything else there is fine. Yeah, the 5 steps to activating multiplayer. Because a simple, yeah, that's right. Because a simple button would have been too easy, right? Certainly don't want to make it easy or anything like that. All right, let's see here. Let's go, and we don't have to do a flight plan or anything, so I'm going to do my own parking brakes, everything set. Let's get the airplane. So first step, Microsoft Flight Simulator. Always good to do a restart. Now, Wolfie, just sort of like, okay, let's see. We've got to go and do this. We got to do that. You know, just trying to remember all those things, right? And the correct order. So TNCM, TFFJ, TNCS. This is a pretty simple little flight. We're going to take off on the North Airport here. As soon as you take off, make a little bit of a right turn and then come out. And as you're coming over to Saba, you're going to see what I call these little islands right out here. Actually, these right here. These are shipwreck shoals. That's what I call them. And that's what you're going to want to fly over first. So after you take off, heading on basically 133 degrees, look for shipwreck shoals and keep going. Then, as you're coming into the airport, you're going to see these 2 big rocks out in the water. So you don't want to go beyond the rocks. Make your turn to the runway before the rocks. So if you see, there's the direction of the runway right there. You want to make your turn before the rocks to come on in on that one. Same thing after takeoff. You'll fly around the island, come back over here, and as you come in, usually we land on runway 12. And there is a rock. See, this rock is lined up perfectly with the runway. Almost wonder if they didn't put it out there as a visual waypoint for the runway. You can also see these runways are ridiculously short. So we're going to take the little Twin Otter on this one. Not the best airplane, not the best flight for the A350 for sure. Exponent, the beer run, it ought to be good, and it almost always is. The Otter is a really cool little airplane. Exponent, yep. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Mr. Jazz is back. Hi, Mr. Jazz. Good to see you. We are still being very jazzy, but we're about ready to go on a beer run. Story of the beer run is essentially a couple of spies land at Princess Juliana Airport, and the first thing they want to do is go to the Sunset Bar. And what happens there is they get to the Sunset Bar, they get up there, and the bartender says, "Sorry guys, we're out of beer." And then the bartender recognizes one of the spies and says, "Hey, I remember you. You're 002.5 or whatever." Says, you're a pilot, right? And the guy says, "Yeah, I'm not only a spy, I'm a pilot too." He says, "Well, I tell you what, my brother operates a bar over on St. Bart's. And he said if somebody will come up and they could pick up like 5 cases of Red Stripe. Okay, so if you'll go get that, I'll give you all of your beer for free tonight." Spies say, "Okay, we'll go get a plane, we'll do that." So they go get a plane, they fly over. And as they're loading all of the beer, the guy that's loading that says, "Hey, I don't know if you know this, but my brother's having this big old barbecue over at Saba, and he wanted to send, some beef tips and wings over to Juliana. Could you fly over there? He'll give you all the beef tips and the wings you want." So I said, "Okay, sure, we'll go over there." So they then fly over to Saba and pick up the barbecue, and then they fly back to Princess Juliana Airport. And that is the fictional crazy story about how it is that we do the beer run. And that's it. Russ, absolutely. It's the beer run. It is a fabulous little airport, right? Princess Juliana over the beach. Just over the beach. It's just this kind of fun little thing for sure. Almost done with this. I've noticed that lately the sim's getting a little bit crankier when it comes to loading lately. I don't know what's going on. I think our Sim Update 3 is ready to become Sim Update 4. Hope that they're almost done with the beta process. Okay, we're all done with loading our sim objects, so that's good. Dad Game Time has a grill picture. Okay, time to get hungry here. We don't need the PDF file. And you put it over in food. So Dad Game Time is grilling right now. See, there's the really good food there. Oh, that looks great, Dad Game Time. How about that? Wow. Nothing like grilling like that on a weekend, right? Just the smell is always so wonderful. Outstanding. That's awesome, Dad Game Time. And don't sip a Red Stripe when you're on the run. No. USA West. We're doing the West USA server. Dad Game Time is doing a Cherrywood smoked chicken wings tonight. That sounds good. All right. Okay, we got a couple things we got to do before we make all this work. So first things first, take your mouse, hover over Free Flight if you're on Sim Update 3. Just hold it over there until it stops pulsing at you a little bit. And then once it stops, you're in the Sim Update 3 freeze. Move your pointer off, and then when it changes back to the blue color, you know that it's done with the freeze. So you got to do that first. Okay, now we're ready to go. Let's go get our airplane. I know, Dad Game Time, I think they did fix that, didn't they? All right, so there's the Airbus. We got to get a de Havilland Twin Otter. So come down to the Ds. All right, DC de Havilland DHC 6. There we go, the de Havilland Twin Otter 6. Configure it, let's get the shark livery. Let's get the shark livery on this one. So we're flying with wheels. And we want the shark. Okay, we got the shark. Gotta have that one, because you know sharks, right? Sleeveless, was it a good flight for you into Havana? The ATC, and every Sunday, almost literally every Sunday of the year, there is ATC that comes in and does the Havana Sunday service. So it's always a good time. Always a really good time for sure. Okay, so we've got that, and we've got our airplane. Save and go back. Now then, usually I like to do this before. It's always a little bit hazy there going into Havana. So come over to flight conditions. And what you need to do is weather and time. Let's start live. Air traffic off. And then we come and we turn on all players. And my all players are frozen. Why is that? Because we have to make a change into settings first. That's right. All right. We got to do a change in settings first. So before you do that, stop. Go to settings. All right. Go to online. Yes, we wouldn't want to make it. All right. So what we're going to do is we're going to turn on multiplayer. And we're going to go to West USA. And then show multiplayer aircraft in close proximity. And those are the ones that I usually do. That's right. Wolfie, I knew I was going to forget something. You always do. Okay, so West USA. Now we save and go back. Now go into the airplane. We've already selected our airplane. Go to flight conditions. Now we can. Okay, live weather. AI traffic off. All players. There we go. T-Bird, thanks for the smiles. And save and go back. And now let's go get our airport. TNCM. Princess Juliana Airport. Tarek 1970 Fun. Tariq, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Just getting ready to do a little bit of flying here. Justin just hit the subscribe button over on YouTube. Thank you. Tariq wants to know, does anybody else fly the FS Labs A321neo? I think several people in chat actually do. All right, so here we all are. Let's come over here and choose a gate. Set as departure. That's all we got to do. I think we're ready to go. I'm going to just check my flight conditions one more time because I don't see anybody on the ground. Live, off, all players. Save. Gate C4. Now we can go. Let's see. Kirill is going to disconnect. Kirill, thank you for flying with us into Havana. Hope you had a nice landing. Welcome on in. I thank you for coming in. Have a great evening. We'll see you next time. Wolfie's been using the FS Labs. The thing is the FS Labs is a really good airplane. I mean, it's a really good airplane. Did I say my traffic quality was set to high or above? I think I forgot to do that. We got to do that, Wolfie. Glad you got it. But yeah, the FS Labs is good. It's very heavy on frame rates right now. It's an incredible airplane. It's definitely worth your time. Really is a cool airplane. It's also getting dark here, so we're going to have to change the time. Because the first airport that we go to, they don't have lights on the runway. All right. Let's go ahead and exit out and we have to change that traffic quality. But I think so. The landing lights, strobe lights, the left click does not respond at all. Tariq, what happens when you try and do a right click? What happens when you try a right click on that one? Quantity, not quality. Okay, multiplayer on. Servers on. Show multiplayer aircraft. Enable. Translate. That's probably going to be in graphics. Hi, dogs. Hey, dogs, thanks for the resub. Welcome in, dogs. We're doing the beer run, dogs, if you got time. All right, let's come down here to global rendering. But yeah, Tariq, what happens when you do a right click on those instead of a left click? That's something that FS Labs does. Air for air traffic quantity. See, I have it off. Let's just go ultra. Let's go crazy. Slink for Slink. We're doing Dusseldorf, we're doing Portland, Maine, and we're departing out of Indianapolis on a VATSIM event. Now let's try and start it all over again. Free flight. Flight conditions first. Make sure we're set. Live, off all players. Good. Back to Juliana. I don't think, Tariq, that it has anything to do with whether or not you're in legacy mode or not. I think that what you're dealing with, the left click, right click thing with the FS Labs, that's an FS Labs thing. That is an FS Labs thing. Let's try it again. Okay, so Tariq, so when you right click, it doesn't respond. You may need to go into the FS Labs electronic flight bag, the iPad, and do some settings to make sure that it's all set up and right for you. Because I think they do that right click thing for turning switches up and down. Tariq, another thing you might try. Does your mouse have a little mouse wheel on it? You know, between the two? Put your pointer over the light switch, okay? And move your mouse wheel up and down and tell us what happens. That might be it too. And let's come to ready to fly. That might be it too. Mountain Man says you also look for the installer thing. There we go. And into the airplane. Now then, we gotta go and change the time. Mountain Man says go to the Flight Sim Labs Control Center settings page and try that. All right, let's go, and we're going to go to the cloud. And we need to go to custom and just roll back the time a little bit to daylight. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to see the runway when you land. Okay, I see other airplanes here. There's everybody's here. The gang's all here. Okay, so start up your airplane. Taxi to the runway. You're going to taxi all the way to the east end of the runway. You'll take off. You'll make a turn over the water here. Avoid the condos. Make a right turn after that and look for an island out in the... look for an island way out there. And that island is going to be your, first destination. You'll see two little peaks, twin peaks on it. But dogs, thank you for 57 months of resub. I'm super duper happy. Thank you for still being here. Have a great evening. You're going to take the FS Labs jet on a flight. I hope you have a good flight. Where are you going today, dogs? Are you flying the cactus flight on that A321? Dogs does a lot of that. You spawn and you don't see anybody. Dogs, the setup is ridiculous on this to go and what we have to do. I really should do a YouTube video on it to go back and forth. So the first thing you have to do is go into settings in the simulator. No, oh, you're taking the Flight Sim Studios. Oh, the E175. Oh, where are you going on that? I need to set up my camera views. Oh, you're doing the beer run. Okay, so to do all the settings as you set up your simulator, the first thing that you have to do is you have to start in settings. Go to data. In data, you have to turn on multiplayer. You have to choose a server and then choose show airplanes that are close to you. Save that. Go back into settings, go to graphics. Go to the bottom of graphics and set traffic quantity. Save it. Go back. Select your airplane. Before you select your airplane, you go and do the upper right selection where you can change the weather before you go to the airport. And you have to do all players. Turn off live traffic. Save that. Go back out, go to the airport, and go to the
New
airport.
recruit detected.
I think that's it.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Dogs, I
Stay
hope I didn't
sharp.
confuse the socks off of you there. Sky Russ, welcome aboard. Hey, welcome on in. I'm just setting some views here. Just setting a couple of views here. All right. Let's see. I think that's going to be good. Man, that was so crazy. Dogs, I hope I didn't confuse the situation even more. Probably did, though. Okay, come on down here, and we'll set this. And I probably also confused Tariq about that. I see that it will work as a normal. Literally spends 3 hours scratching your heads. That's the thing about Flight Sim, man. You really can do that, and it gets really crazy, doesn't it? Okay, there is upper panel number 1. And just make sure your reversers work. I think that does it. Props are feathered, fuel cutoffs are on. And then you'll also need to come up here and set some stuff in the upper panel. Okay, that's good, and that's good. Now then, we've got big instruments, and we've got those. I think that's good enough. Let's get a left view and a right view. Let's also come down here and get rid of that floating thing there. Okay, that should work for us pretty good. Okay, let's turn on the airplane. So to turn on this airplane, you need to come over here and you need to do battery power first and then hit the switch. And the airplane starts making noise. on over here. I don't use the Garmin's, but I'll at least, otherwise it'll sit and flash at you. Transponder to standby. VFR. Almost done with the Garmin's. Don't really use the autopilot. A little bit maybe. Okay, hit enter and enter and enter and enter. That's all we need to do with those. All right. Fuel. Basically, we've got about half tank fuel. Little less, about 8,000 pounds of fuel total. So we should be able to handle that just fine. Up here, we need to do position lights, no smoking, and everything else is good for now. Outside, we've pulled our chocks. I think it's time to start up. So start up, we'll do beacon and seatbelts. And that looks good. Ready to start. For the start, we'll come over here and there's a starter switch over here. We're going to start the left engine first. Look down here, gas generation comes up. It's this one down here. I usually wait till it gets halfway between 10 and 20 and then come up here and turn on the fuel. And there goes a propeller. Mountain Man, thanks for helping Tariq set that up. I haven't been in the FS Labs for about 2 or 3 months now, so I totally forgotten everything about that airplane. And we got a good start over there. Now let's come over here and take this prop out of feather. And it'll pick up a little speed. Not so bad. Now we can start engine number 2. And if you didn't see that switch, it's this one right here. It's got an arrow. Hold it down. Come over here. Gas generation's going up again. Up, 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 about halfway on this one. And then come over here and fuel cut off. And there goes our other propeller. This is actually a really tough little airplane. It can fly anywhere. You can fly this thing and land it on a beach, but it's got the avionics so you could fly it into Heathrow. In fact, this is the airplane that they did land on the beach. And let's go out of this and go feather. Let's get just a little bit of weather here. So search TNCM. Princess Juliana Airport. Clear that, open the airport, and go to weather. The altimeter here is 1013. 1013, standard altimeter, perfect. All right, how's all of this? That looks good. Props to take off. And up here we go. Anti-collision lights are for the runway. Let's do generators. Reset and on. Generator 2. Reset and on. Let's do the bleed air on. Temperature to manual. That's good. Pitot heat is going on. Taxi light is going on. And we're ready to go. Dougal, you've done the beach landing and departure many years ago. You took your mother-in-law eagle watching up there. So you actually did get to do, and was that, I guess Logan Air does that right now. Was that the Logan Air time? My things, it's not an Airbus. It's not an Airbus. It's not a Boeing. This is an old de Havilland Twin Otter. Parking brakes are off. Let's go start squawking. And let's go out here. I think my reversers are messed up. Hang on. My reversers are a little weird. Okay, there's the terminal. That's right. I have to hold this down on this airplane. Okay, we got reversers. Good. All right, we're good to go. Let's depart the scene of the crime. Okay, so heading on out. There's the terminal. We're going to the runway. But yeah, my things, this is not the easiest of airplanes to fly. Let's see. Flaps 10 for departure. You're finding that's awesome. That's kind of what I'm hoping. I'm hoping it's a good mix of something that's good if you're new, but also good if you're having for flying along, if you're flying, with us doing vectors to Copenhagen, which is our first flight tomorrow. So that's kind of the way I hope it is for you here. Let's go in bug 1,500 feet on the autopilot. We'll use that on the flight going out of St. Bart's. Our first heading is going to be 133 degrees. So let's bug 133 degrees. Again, I just like to use a bug, even though we're not flying the autopilot. If you can use these bugs to help you kind of figure out which way to go, that just helps out a bit. HKQV. So you're over on YouTube right now. I've got a video on how it is that I set up all of my camera views so that I can move around like you see me moving around. And so I did that and set that up over there. I use what's called quick views. And the quick views are like how you move around in X-Plane. And that's kind of how that is. And it's not easy to explain, but I've set it up so that I can use my keyboard, the number pad on my keyboard, the numbers off to the right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's really the way that I do that. I hope that helps. But if you look on the recorded videos, it's near the top. I also recorded a new video, a little help video. I don't remember what that is, but that's going to come up Tuesday or Wednesday. Anti-collision lights going on. HKQV, if you didn't figure that out, let me know, and I'll try and get a link to that a little bit later. This is kind of one of those hands-on-the-stick flights, though. Okay, there goes a TBM. We're in multiplayer, so it's not the rules like VATSIM. It's just the rules of fly along. So I'm going to give this pilot a little bit more time, then I'll just take off. Beautiful day for a beer run. Vinyl Rabbit. Yep, this is the Twin Otter. Okay, out we go. Out we go. Yeah, this is the default de Havilland Twin Otter. Hi, Crazy for Baja. Welcome in. You'll be playing Flight Sim 24 when it releases. You're going to get the premium edition. I think that'll work out pretty good for you. These are all real people. This is not AI. These are real people that are flying along in what's called multiplayer. All right, looking good there. So landing lights going on. Landing lights are good. Props are great. Let's go. Throttle's going up. And rotate at 65 knots, 50, 60, 65, and up and away. Up and away. No landing gear to go up. And immediately start your turn. Flaps. Out over the water. And we're going to go to 1,500 feet. HKQV, trying to explain setting up is really crazy. The multiplayer stuff. There's 700 feet. And if you look just coming into view, you can barely see an island. Probably unmotivate. No, we're on what's called the multiplayer network now. So this is all multiplayer. We're just flying around in sandbox mode. Nope, taxi light off. So there's a tutorial. Let's see. I don't know if there is a tutorial on how to get into multiplayer mode. I just did I just recited how to do it. I'll try and do it again. Are you ready? Okay. Step 1, start your flight simulator. After it starts, after you start your simulator, go into settings. Go into data. Turn on multiplayer in the data tab in settings. Select a server. We're on the USA West server. Save that. Go back out. Go into graphics. Turn on air traffic quantity. Turn on traffic quantity. Save that. Go back. Select your airplane. Before you select your airport, click the upper right-hand corner where there is where you'd set weather, And you go in there and you set all
New recruit
players.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
And after that, you should be good. That's right. X-Plane doesn't really have a multiplayer like this. My things, we are just took off from Princess Juliana Airport. We're going to St. Bart's. It's really hazy today. Heading should be about 133 degrees. I'm a little off. Dog says spy hat. Yeah, this isn't really the best spy hat for this, is it, Dogs? I guess we'll have to go with the original spy hat, right, Dogs? And there's 1,500 feet. There's some wind out here today. There's our heading. That should do us. (1,500 feet), and we are heading to St. Bart's. Hope we can see St. Bart's. Oh, there is Shipwreck Shoals I was telling you about. There's the little Shipwreck Shoals Island. So we're kind of on course. That's pretty good. Now we're going to look for our island and our rocks out in the bay. Okay, posture check. Be ready. Anything could happen here. Little off to the side. 133 degrees. There we go. If this airplane feels like we're bouncing all over the place, it's like a small Cessna and stuff. It's going to bounce around a lot. And so if it's a turbulent day, it's going to bounce around a lot. I still do not see St. Bart's. I'm going to slow down a little bit and go to 1,000 feet. I'm going to slow down. There's 1,000 feet. Don't be afraid to use the trim on this airplane. Trim works on this airplane. Is it so bad we're going to have to go around today? Props forward. Okay, I see water. There's 600 feet. Flaps 1. Throttles back up. I see the water. Now let's see if we can find our rocks. Crazy for Baja. I am on a PC. I see the water. I think I see, there's the island. We're a touch low. Now we're looking. Okay, there's our first rock. It's hard to see. There's our first rock. I'm a little bit low. Let's start a turn. Now we're looking for our next rock. There's our next rock. Continue the turn. There's the side of the hill. Man, the weather here sucks. I don't think they're probably flying here in real life today. Now we're looking for a little pass in the hills. There's the pass. There's the road going up to it. So there's the pass right there. The runway is on the other side of that hill. Man. Hey, BSG 972. Did I choose the wrong mountain pass? Up, there's our runway. Got it. There's the runway. Dive for the runway time. Landing.
40, 30. 40, 30, 20, 10.
Wow. Yeah, I taxi on the grass because everybody's coming in. This thing has incredible reversers. You just got to remind yourself how to use them. But the reversers work great. I get off the runway just in case somebody else is coming in. Green Giant, did you catch the fence? The one at the top of the hill or the end of the runway? Okay, I'm going to leave my flaps at 20. And what we're going to do is when we come out of here, what you need to do is practice a short field takeoff. Okay, we got somebody coming in. And I think Dogs is coming in flying an E-Jet. Are you doing the E-Jet on this, Dogs? I don't know how you're going to get stopped. I don't know how you're going to get stopped on this. Green Giant, too big of an airplane? All right. Parking brakes down here. Parking brakes. Oh, I disconnected my Xbox controller. I can't go up to the top of the hill and look. Okay, so what you want to do for our next departure, go taxi onto the runway as close to the edge as you possibly can. Turn, make a tight a turn as you possibly can. Throttles all the way forward while you're standing on the brakes. When your engines are up full, release the brakes. Now, in the real world, what you're looking for is something called ground effect. The thing is I don't think Microsoft Flight Simulator models ground effect yet. But what you do is pull your airplane up a little bit so you're a few feet off the runway, and then get some speed, and then go. Remember to make a turn to the left. Don't run into the cruise ship. Go between the airport and the island. Your next heading is 249 degrees. So 249, what we're going to do is we're going to go and set that bug right now. So 250 degrees. So set that one as you make your turn, and that's what's going to get you out to Saba, okay? Oh, we got somebody coming in. So this is sandbox mode. Just fly your plane and do what you want. So coming out here, just like this, we're going to go and get right up on the edge of the runway. There's some kind of interesting lumps here. There we go. Okay. Landing lights. Throttles all the way up. Standing on your toe brakes. Okay, we're up full. Let's go. Release. 40, 50, 65, fly. Drop the nose a little bit, get some airspeed. There's airspeed, flaps 10. Clear the runway, do a turn. Don't want to hit the condos at the end of the runway. There's the cruise ship. They don't like it if you drop beer bottles on there. Flaps are up. Continue the turn. And now as you come out, you're going to notice a little island and then the big island. There you can see the island just off to the side. The big island is off to the left. The little island is off to the right. Fly between those two. And then you can see a little bit of land over here on the left. Once you clear that little bit of land, make your head turn to 249 degrees, 250. There we go. There's 1,000 feet. $250 degrees. And we'll see how that works. 249. I think we're going to probably need it to be closer to 240. Hi, Wabi. We are on a beer run. Yes. Okay. Saba is our next island. There are several islands that you're going to see coming up. It's super cloudy here today. Saba is going to be the sharpest point. And again, we're going to look for this rock. So you got to look for this rock first. If you can even see Saba through this. Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of cheating right now. I'm also using Navigraph. I'm using Navigraph, and that's how we're getting our headings and everything else. It's also a little, I don't know, maybe I'm just being too hard on the controls today. It is also bumpy as hell for me. I've got some turbulence here. There's 240. That looks like it's pretty good. Continue the climb to 1,500. Okay, so it's not just me. Wolfie's getting tossed around too. 1,500. Now let's try the autopilot. Autopilot heading altitude. Okay, so that should put us at 1,500 feet. Loviz, maybe next Sunday we do the double. That's right, we were planning to do the 007 flight. So there is this small little jet, and it's called the BD-5J, like Loviz said. And the BD-5J, if you remember, James Bond, at the beginning of the movie Octopussy, remember James Bond flies a little jet through a hangar and blew up the bad guy's jet and stuff like that. Remember that? Okay, so there's an airplane called the BD-5J, and it's the same jet that James Bond flew in the movie. There is also a scenery that is available over at flightsim.to, and Loviz is going to put a link in for you on that to go get that. It's free scenery. That scene allegedly took place in something like Cuba. So that scenery is in Cuba, where they have made a place where you can go and fly your jet through the hangar, and then nearby there is a gas station, because remember at the end of the movie 007's running out of gas and has to land, and lands right in front of a gas station. Somebody really did a nice job of doing that. So yeah, a week from today for our last flight, we'll go to Cuba and do the BD-5J 007 flight. That is a fun flight. It's challenging, it's a little bit hard, but it should be fun for you. We're actually doing pretty good on this. You can see we're coming up about halfway between St. Bart's and Saba. We actually want to be pointed a little bit to the north of the island here. So a little bit to the north of the island. I'm a little high, that's okay. Okay, so there's where you get the BD-5J. Now, if you don't want to do that, if you don't want to spend the money, you could do like the TBM. You could fly the TBM if you'd like, but there's a great page from Loviz. I don't think it's a super expensive airplane. I'm going to make a little bit of a turn to the right of about 10 degrees now. I think the wind is blowing us to the south of our flight path. Oh, look at this. Hey, the fog is cleared. There is Saba. Hi, Saba. All right. So the airport is right here in this little dip here, and it's between us and the big mountain. What you need to do is we actually need to be to the north of the island for our landing, okay? So I'm going to continue my turn out here. another 10 degrees. Now, remember I told you there is a rock that you want to fly. So as you're going to start your descent from 1700 feet and then fly over the rock. The thing is as you look off to the right, you're going to see, oh my gosh, there's cliffs over there. Yes, there are cliffs. You're pretty close to that. It does. It looks a little bit like Isla Nublar. I have no idea if there are any dinosaurs on this one. You'll have to ask Polyot. So I just did another 5 degrees to the right here, so that gets me a little bit off to the north of the island. Want a little bit of space to come back in. As we look over here, you can see right here, it's a little hard, but there's the airport right there. The rock is going to be about here. And in you go. This is not an airport to go hunting for butter. Plant your airplane on the runway, stop the airplane, because it's a little, this little island that the airport's on, it's a little like an aircraft carrier, but it doesn't have any, you know, tail hook arrestor wires or anything like that. So you've got to stop your airplane. Put it down, jam on the brakes. If you've got reversers, kick those into gear 2. And, you know, hand out a life jacket to your passengers. Okay, we're looking pretty good here. Let's go an additional 5 degrees back. There's the airport right there. There's the rock. You can see there's a little bit of surf breaking up by it there. So airport, rock, we're to the north. Now the airplane, the autopilot is holding my altitude. So I'm going to use the autopilot to actually pull back a little bit. On my speed and help me with that while we come on in. So posture check, get ready. I think I left, yeah, my props are all the way forward, so we're ready to land. I'm going to pull my throttles back a bit. You see the airspeed going down. You can see the green, the white arc here. So at 90 is when we can start putting out some flaps. At least flaps 30, perhaps full flaps. Okay, a little bit more. Landing lights. I think that's on. Nope, that's off. Autopilot is off. Flaps. Look off to the side. There is the runway. Start a gentle turn. Oh wow, the fog really cleared up here. Boy, that's helpful. Gentle turn there. Flaps 30. Whenever you throw out your flaps, I always like to increase my throttle a little bit. This thing is a flying brick. There's our rock just coming clear, showing up on the left side. There's that big cliff that makes your passengers all nervous. Probably if you're ever going to do this in real life, before coming out here to do this, you probably don't want to go and have sloppy joes.
Sync rate. Minimums. Sync rate 420. 10.
And I usually, this is actually a really nice little terminal. And then just come on over here and park off to the side. Leave your flaps at 30. Leave your flaps at 30 and come watch people land. My things was nervous. This is probably, I think this is supposed to be the airport with the shortest runway that a commercial flight lands at. I think this is it. It felt pretty good. Stop on a dime and give 9 cents in change. Actually, this airplane really does that. I don't know if that's a problem or not. Hey, here comes somebody. Uh-oh, there's usually a lot of bounces on that one. Yep, that's go around. Definite go around. Okay, let's turn on the parking brakes. And I'm gonna re-plug in. That might blow up everything, but I'd like to get the drone cam working. Aha, drone cam works now. Ooh, look at this big plane. Yep, it's Twin Otter. How about that? Here we go. Down, 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 down. Stop, 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 stop. Hey, look at that. Another great landing. Off we get. So remember what we did? We short field landing. Dustin, what was that, a box? What, you mean what I plugged in for the drone camera, this thing? Yeah, what I plugged in is I had the Xbox controller unplugged. Okay, let's see if we see anybody else coming in. I know that one airplane was going around. I don't see them. The landing is absolutely crazy. It absolutely is. Okay, let's put this back. Now, before you go, come up here to the little cloud and move the time forward, 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 forward. See, it's getting darker. Right about there. Okay, we do have an airport, another one coming in. Yeah, there's the airplane that went around. See, coming in, coming in, coming in. And I think that one's going around too. Okay, so you want to get closer to, close to sunset on this one. AMG, sorry you missed that one. We're gonna do the James Bond flight next. Okay, so just like before, get to the very end of the runway and get ready to just, flaps. I've got my flaps at 30. You don't want to be really super duper aggressive on pulling the airplane up, but get it off the ground, let it fly, and go there.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy
Here
flight.
is a link. There is a link that you're going to need. I just put it in for the James Bond flight. We're doing a week from today. I was thinking you were saying a week from today, Loviz. Is that good? We just got a raid. Danville raided. Hi, Danville. Thanks for the raid. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by. Matt came in. Red Donnie. Thank you for coming by. I don't know if that airplane's waiting for me or not. It could be. Let's go.
New recruits
Sabrina
detected.
Navy.
Welcome aboard,
Hi,
Agent.
Sabrina Navy.
Stay
Thank you
sharp.
for coming in. Loviz found the charts that you'll need.
New
Those are
recruits
really
detected.
important. Grab those.
Welcome aboard, Agent.
Let's
Stay
see. Oh, no, they are going. Cool. Robin followed. Vosville, thank you for following. Okay, so come on out here. Again, put your airplane right at the end of the runway. Good. Heading back to Juliana is going to be 030 degrees. So set 030 degrees first on your bug before you take off. So that gives you an idea because you're going to be busy in this one. So 030. All right, 030, ready to go. Stand on the brakes, throttle's going up. Props are all the way forward, flaps 30. Push the nose down a little bit. We're ready to go. Release. 30 knots. 40 knots. 50 knots. 60. 65. Up. Don't climb too much because you're really slow now. You're really close to stalling. Drop the nose a bit. 1 notch of flaps. Gentle shallow turn. Flaps 10. Flaps up. And now just a regular climb. That should be 030 degrees. Probably a little bit over. Yeah, a little bit over on that. So 030. And a little bit of a climb. And back to Juliana. The goal is to get close to sunset. You see the sun's coming down, and you want to do a sunset arrival into Juliana. Sunset arrival into Juliana is really nice. So the HKQV, tips about joining VATSIM. The thing about VATSIM is everybody is nervous when they start. And yes, you can fly your Cessnas. We could fly these airplanes doing what we're doing right now on VATSIM. It's just we've got to have ATC, and we're flying with other people that are being serious and stuff like that. And we're just kind of messing around. So that's why we're in multiplayer here. That's the big reason for this. 115,000. And let's get some help from the autopilot for this too. So autopilot and AP, heading, altitude, and that should be close. And this should get us back. So the first thing, HKQV, the first thing I always like to say, if you want to get on VATSIM, realize that everybody is going to be nervous getting on VATSIM. Everybody is. So just be ready for that. The next thing to do is start small. Start with smaller airports, you know. Like our first flight tomorrow is Vectors to Copenhagen. Vectors to Copenhagen is sort of like, oh my gosh, is that a scary event? That's big. You got to know what you're doing. You'll get in the way so quickly if you don't. So that's the important thing to do there. And Wolfie said, yeah, Slant Alpha Adventures is a really good YouTube channel to check out too, if you're just getting started. Also, if you got some friends, you know, on Twitch, YouTube that are flying along, join along. You don't have to be on VATSIM, but fly along in an airplane with us. And then one other thing that I always like to say about flying on VATSIM, you need to pretend that you're a movie star. What do movie stars do before they shoot their big scene? Okay, what did Humphrey Bogart do before Humphrey Bogart said in Casablanca, of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, she has to walk into mine, right? What did Humphrey Bogart do? Practice his lines, right? Movie stars do that. They practice their lines. They rehearse. So one of the things to do is start listening to some of the things that we're all saying on VATSIM, and you say them out loud so that you start to get comfortable saying, you know, Dulles delivery, United 441 is at stand Bravo 12 with information India, requesting clearance to Boston. Practice your lines a little bit like that. And then Wolfie also put in something that's nice to have. See where it says First Wings? Those are VATSIM events that are just for new pilots. And that's another good thing to do, is do those events. Hey Mikey, yep, we're doing a beer run. Next week we're doing the James Bond run. And Loviz has already clipped a couple of charts that you're gonna need over in Twitch. And so, not in Twitch, in Discord, and there they are. So Loviz has already clipped these, and I would go and get this, right click on it, and save these images. So there's 3 charts that Loviz made. And that gives you an idea of where we're going to be going. So go and grab those. Those are over on Spy Discord. That'll be one of the first things that I do after we go, is after we're done with the live stream, is I'm going to go and grab those and save those. Veritas, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. And then there is also, Loviz also put a link in chat. I'm going to put this back in. This is information on the flight that we're doing and the airplane that we're going to be flying. So that's going to be something that maybe you're going to want to check out too. And this is, and if you want to go watch the movie, it's the first part of the James Bond movie called Octopussy, when James Bond flies the little jet through a airplane hangar. I always thought that 007 actually flew, that a stunt pilot flew the plane through the hangar. No, sadly, that wasn't the case. They had it on a truck. They actually had Roger Moore sitting in the plane on the truck, sitting on his side too, so that you could see it was Roger Moore. But we'll do that for our last flight a week from today on Sunday. Russ, yes, that was Maud Adams. I'm gonna have to. I haven't watched the movies in quite a long time. I gotta go and remind myself.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
AH Mike reminds us that Matt Helm had a helicopter in the trunk. That's right. So we got a nice sunset right now. We're looking for Princess Juliana Airport at St. Bart's right up here. A little bit high, but not too bad. I'm also going to go ahead and I'm going to start. I'm going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 degrees to the left right now. Hi, Tim J. Good evening. And now we're just going to keep going until we can find Juliana. And we should have the lights of the runway just starting, the lights on the island just turning on. Really kind of makes it really nice. to come in here. Sunrise and sunset in Flight Simulator is actually really pretty awesome. But first flight tomorrow is going to be Dusseldorf to Copenhagen. You could also depart out of Nuremberg. There will be ATC out of Nuremberg and very probably Bergen in Norway. And yep, I'm going to remember the difference between Bergen and the German town that I thought we were departing from last week and kind of messed that up. Sorry, but before this went gray, it was blonde. That's my excuse. Tim J says no Bergen, so no Norway video, no ATC in Norway tomorrow. So best choices are going to be Dusseldorf to and Nuremberg for ATC tomorrow. Thanks, Tim J. No ATC in Burgundy. Did you? Oh, I thought that might have been a typo, and you were telling me to be quiet about the ATC in Norway. Let's just come over here and do VAT events. There's no Nuremberg tomorrow? What do we got? Monday, what do we have? Dusseldorf, Monday. I'm doing Dusseldorf. There's vectors to Copenhagen. Bratislava, Budapest, Oslo has something. Oslo's a little bit far, though. Oslo's a little far. So there, you could do Oslo or you could do Dusseldorf. Let's see what Oslo is. We don't normally do that. ENGM to EKCH. ENGM, EKCH. Okay, that's only about 280 miles. And so if you increase your ground speed to about 450, that's not a long, that's not too terribly long. What is, let's see, Dusseldorf, EDDL? What's the Dusseldorf flight? EDDL is about 300 miles. So Oslo is definitely closer if you want to do that. So it's about 43 miles from Dusseldorf. It's going to be a little less out of Oslo. So either one of those is good. We do Dusseldorf all the time. Maybe Oslo would be nice for us to do. Instead of Dusseldorf, we'll save Dusseldorf for next week. Is that cool? Oslo, ENGM. So there'll be Oslo ATC coming out. So our first flight's all set for tomorrow. Okay, that could be like a Scandinavian. That could be a Scandinavian A321. Take the big airplane in there. And let's put that in here. Okay, got that all set for our first flight. Then we've got LaGuardia to Portland, Maine, and then we're doing some sort of a departure out of Indianapolis. And I'd better start paying attention to my landing, because there's the airport and there's the island. Loviz said, get up early and depart out of South Africa. There is a flight out of Port Elizabeth. So the last time we departed out of Oslo was in early October. Flaps 1. Wolfie says a South African A340 into Copenhagen. You can. Autopilot's off. Yeah. Oh my gosh, you kept track, Tim J. Oslo, Bergen, Dusseldorf, Nuremberg. Okay. So Oslo, it's a good time for Oslo now, right? You see that long stretch of land there? That's the airport and the runway. Low-vis did OTHH. Low-vis did a 6-hour flight. No wonder you wanted to sit by the pool and eat tacos today. Yes, you do that occasionally. After you do it in front of a bunch of your friends on VATSIM, you don't do that anymore. That becomes a good lesson to not do that anymore. Oh, there is a clip over on YouTube. I'm shocked that there might be a clip on YouTube? On Twitch. On Twitch, you said Twitch, okay. Low-vis was thinking about taking the A350 across the pond. Low-vis actually does that. So Low-vis will decide on a departure like JFK or Boston or something and do the math to back time the departure, to back time a departure so that Low-vis can land during the Vectors to Copenhagen event. Dather says if you like helicopters, there's a new program. Uh-oh, I better pay attention. Sorry.
Too low, flaps. Minimums, minimums.
Come in low over the beach.
100.
Give everybody on the beach a little cheer.
40, 30, 20, 10.
Man, if I had Volanta up for that, that would have been just really, really a really nice landing. Okay, let's just go park in the grass and see who else is coming in over the beach. Low-vis says on days of big events, there is some oceanic that's going on too. All right, parking brakes. And let's go to Sunset Bar and watch some landings. We did a really interesting flight once. It was sort of like Captain Sullenberger's flight. Oh, I don't have all the... something's wrong with my scenery. I'm missing all the people on the beach. Oh, there's that silly building. Yeah, there's that silly building. I need to update my scenery. So what happened is when I reloaded the scenery and stuff, it didn't do... I have to go and fix this too. This is still default. We need to turn that off. Okay, anybody else coming in? I guess not. And it also puts this ridiculous, autogen building right over here, which wouldn't be in here. And then you also can't go into the bar and grill and stuff. So yeah, I got to fix that. It's pretty good, but yeah, it could be a lot better. Looks like it's a low tide here too. So I think we made it. I guess, Russ, no one's here at the pub today. But I can show you where it is that you can go and fix that for next time. It's really pretty easy. So come on over here, and everybody, I think everybody that flew made it. Thank you for flying. So to fix all of this, you go back out here, and then you go into, after it settles down, go to the marketplace.
Detected. Welcome aboard, Agent.
And then you wait here. Let's see, Dather, thank you for the follow. Welcome aboard. I will look for your live stream too. Thanks also for the raid. So what you got to do is wait until everything kind of settles down here. And there we go. Now we go to My Library. So go to your library to fix this. And it sits and spins and checks a bunch of stuff and takes forever. First flight tomorrow changed now. Our departure is Oslo to Copenhagen. I think we've all got a really nice Oslo airport and a really nice Copenhagen airport too. So we're all good for the first one. Then we're going to a little airport. It was a requested flight. We were going to do this. I kind of kicked it down the road a few times. We're going from LaGuardia to Portland, Maine. Might take another E-Jet for that one. I took the E-Jet on a flight yesterday, and it actually did okay. Maybe we'll put it on VATSIM for a little more ATC. So that, and then we're departing out of Indianapolis. Okay, so now TNCM. Just put that in there and search, and you can see. Okay, so first thing you got to do two things to fix this problem. You need to click the this scenery here, and you need to go to More Options and disable it. Okay, disable that. Dather says there is an application called Emergency Dispatcher, and default scenery works good. Now, second step, come over here and enable this one. There's also a big fire too. Can you use like the BAE 140? The BAE 146 is something that they use for smoke bombing in the Pacific Northwest, Dather. Hi Tango, welcome back in. So the reason you have to do this is, first of all, this scenery right here, is much better quality than what you obviously saw. So first thing you have to do is you have to turn off the default scenery first. Got to do that. And then the next thing you have to do is turn on the scenery that you want. So we got that. Let's also, while we're here, let's just check ENGM while we're here and make sure that we got scenery ready to go. And there's the Orbix scenery for Oslo. It's installed. So this should work just fine. And then we'll also check EKCH and just have a look at this. And you can see that I've got that installed and ready to go too. Now what we could do is we can go back, and instead of just quitting, I'm going to come over here real fast. And let's just go back to TNCM for a sec. We'll just go back to Juliana, and you'll see the difference in the scenery. Loviz says there's a BAE update. Oh, it's going to be this coming week? Really? Do you know what day? We really ought to be sure and fly that the day. Okay, so over here, wait till the scenery loads. And let's go and just grab ourselves a gate and start it. And it should look a lot better. Plus, there shouldn't be that ridiculous building in the middle of the beach, and you'll see people that are running around. Loviz, that you think maybe Tuesday or Wednesday? So we'll try and make our first flight on Thursday, the BAE 146. Loviz is incredibly well plugged into Flight Sim. Okay, so what we'll do is just leave the airplane here for a second. And let's get out of the plane and let's go back in over here. And now let's also make it closer to sunset. So click the little cloud, go to custom, and let's roll this back a little. There we go. Now if we come over here to the edge of the runway, all the stuff you saw me do. Now you see all the people standing on the beach. So there's all the people on the beach, and you can see the silly building is gone. And you can see that the Sunset Bar is all lit up and it looks really good. And you can even walk into the bar and grab yourself a seat and watch airplanes land. So you can go and grab a seat and do that too. So that's why it is that I was doing all of that stuff you saw on over on the Content Manager. Gussie Boy, welcome aboard. Are they dancing? Well, I think some of them. I think they're all waving at airplanes. So you can see that, yeah, the people on the air, they're all waving to everybody on the air. They're waving to everybody, to airplanes that are landing. Keep in mind, this is the airport where people get right underneath the runway and they watch big airplanes land here. They do that. And this is also the airport where there's some real stupid people. I mean, this is entirely true. Jet blast of departing and arriving airplanes can kill you. And so you'll get some people and they'll be like a 747 right there at the end of the runway. And they'll go right up to the fence and they'll think, I'm tough. I can hold on to this fence. No problem. And the 747 revs up the engines because you can see they've got a hill to clear. They're not going to take off on really, really slow. They're going to take off. So there are people that have been killed, being blown away by the engines there. So, well, we made it. A fun day for sure, and this is such a nice little airport. Our next departure is tomorrow, 1800 Zulu. That is 6 p.m. London time and 1 p.m. New York time. I hope that you can make it and fly along. Vectors to Copenhagen, we do that pretty much every week. But it's an incredibly good event to practice in. A really good event to practice in. So if you get a chance, join us and practice holds and all sorts of other little more advanced stuff that you normally do. Oslo to Copenhagen is our first flight. Then I'll probably switch and take the E175 from LaGuardia to Portland, since I got that working pretty good. And then we'll do a departure out of Indianapolis, and that'll take us over to some place that we'll figure out tomorrow. It's time for me to do my usual thank yous that I do. AMG, I've been doing like 8 and 9 hour flights lately. And I've got to tell you, my voice is a little fried. So I was going to go just a little bit shorter today. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but my voice is going to fry really quick. So I'll look forward to flying with you tomorrow, but sorry about that, AMG. Thank you for being secret agents, special agents, and double O's over on Patreon. If you like the videos on Patreon, the videos are going to slowly, over the course of the next 30 days, make their way over to YouTube. And that will be for channel members only on YouTube. And that's the first cup of coffee and flight briefing video that I do every morning that we fly. But you got a whole month. I think it's going to be a lot easier for you to manage. The channel memberships are also not quite as pricey over there as well. So that's probably going to be nice too. It's also time for me to say a big thank you to the people. There have been some incredibly generous flight gifts over on Twitch. And I can't say thank you enough. Some of them have been amazing and have blown me away. Thank you for that really great support. I could not keep the lights on without you and what you do. So thank you for being some of the incredible gifters over there. So really look at that. Cheaper than your OF channel. OF? Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure. OF. I'm not sure what that is. I'm getting a little bit dense at this point. Sorry. OnlyFans. Oh, I'm not worried. Oh, it was OnlyFans. My OnlyFans. I'm sorry. Yeah, oh yeah, the OnlyFans channel, man. That one is really, yeah. You got to have a platinum card for that one, for sure. Hey, thank you for being here. I really enjoyed flying with you today. Thank you for the incredible support. Thank you for flying along, but as always, thank you so much for being such incredible flight sim friends. I'm really grateful for all sorts of fun like this, and I can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time, as I already mentioned, so thanks for being here. I'll cut it here and stop rambling. Have a really, really great night. Let's go raid Sim Caesar, who is doing something really weird. I don't know. His pilot is sitting out of the airplane, hovering in the air. What could possibly go wrong there? So, thank you for being here. As always, please stay healthy, stay safe. We'll see you in the friendly Sim skies tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. Cheers, good night, and thanks for being here.